Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen. Amen. Namaste.
Oath or affirmation. Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, I have received communication from Dr. Lakram Bodo, MP, member for Faisabad, who has requested leave of absence for the period January 17th to 21st, 2022. Ms. Anita Haynes, MP, member for Tabakeet, and Mr. Dinesh Rambali, MP, member for Shogunas West, who have requested leave of absence from today's sitting of the House. The leave which the members seek is granted. Honorable members, please be advised that the presiding officer of the Tobago House of Assembly's legislature, Ms. Abby Taylor, and a delegation comprising the deputy presiding officer, Mr. Joel Sampson, and Mr. Marcus Woods, Project and Information Technology Manager, are present in the chamber for today's House proceedings. Please join me in welcoming the delegation.
Brought from the Senate, the National Academy for the Performing Arts Bill 2022, in the name of the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts. The Southern Academy for the Performing Arts Bill 2022, in the name of the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts. Petitions, papers, reports from committees, Prime Minister's questions.
Member for Shogunas East.
Very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, will the Prime Minister inform the House what new initiatives have been generated to address the emerging crisis affecting scores of vulnerable children who have lost their parents or guardians through the COVID-19 virus over the last 2 years?
Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this clearly is a season of exaggeration. However, I simply want to state that there is no emerging crisis as described, and the government is not aware of scores of children in this situation. What we do know that there are instances where children would have lost parents. But in such situations, Madam Speaker, there are provisions in a ministry specifically for family services, because the first line of defense in this situation is the family if a child has lost his or her parent. If the family finds itself in a situation where it's unable, demonstrably unable to treat with the responsibility that falls on that family, then the Ministry of Family Services will step in and is provided with certain resources to assist such families, Madam Speaker. And that's how this situation is being dealt with. In the event that it goes even further, where a child is in the realm of abandonment, as implied in this situation, then of course we also have the Children's Authority to ensure that that is not a prevailing circumstance, Madam Speaker. We are not without structure.
Member for Shogunas East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, given the Prime Minister's response and given the unexpected losses faced by vulnerable families where breadwinners would have passed from COVID-19, leaving children behind, can the Prime Minister indicate whether the government has embarked on or will be embarking on a data collection drive as the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on family income streams in particular?
Madam Speaker, all aspects of the effect of the pandemic, and not only on children, but in every single area where the pandemic has impacted lives and livelihoods, would be subject to review and monitoring and extracting of information to assist in the national community being guided, governed, and maintaining some semblance of order with respect to how we respond to COVID, even as the pandemic is still raging.
Member for Shagona, cease.
Madam Speaker, thank you again. Madam Speaker, given the fact and given the response of the Prime Minister, in the event that there may be increasing situations as such, and based on the recent announcement by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services on the review of grants, can the Prime Minister indicate whether specifically the public assistance and food support grants will be available to families who are in situations as these which may be increasing?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the statements made by the Minister with respect to fraudulent activity in the program of support for the public in this way should bring comfort to the member, because what that does is ensuring that the help that's available gets to persons who need that help. And in the event that the ministry is able to reduce or eliminate fraudulent conduct, it leaves more resources for those who are in need. And yes, if the circumstances develop where this issue becomes an issue requiring the government's intervention, then the government would most certainly ensure that there is help from the public purse. And that is why there's a Ministry of Family Services, because this problem will become a family issue first and foremost.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you. Will the Prime Minister give an update on the state of construction of the central block of the Port of Spain General Hospital?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, as a result of issues related to the COVID-19 pandemic, not the least of which is the global supply chain issues that we're all familiar with, and the local health responses, which resulted in successive shutdowns of construction, the UDCOT and the contractors are dealing with a number of issues and differences which have arisen on this project. There are discussions and negotiations on the way, and those should see some sort of resolution to the challenges that arose as a result of what I just mentioned. And I could say at this stage that there's been some loss of time on the project, and what is being discussed now is the impact of that on the costings and the progress as we go forward.
For Orpuch East.
Prime Minister, in light of your answer, could you confirm whether or not Shanghai Construction has indeed terminated the contract with UDCOT and the government for the construction of this pride project, the Port of Spain Hospital Central Block?
I am aware that some threats were laid, but I'm not sure whether in fact the threats were carried out. The contractor was threatening to terminate, and UDCOT had no difficulty with that because the UDCOT is protected by contractual arrangements. However, I do know that there are ongoing discussions between UDCOT and the contractor, and I'm not sure whether the threat or the issuance of a letter of termination is closing those discussions that are underway.
Member for Orpuch East.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister, could you indicate what percentage of this project has been completed prior to the threats being made?
No, I could not at this stage, but if the appropriate notice is given in the appropriate time, you can get them very accurate information on that.
Member for Oropouche East.
Prime Minister, would you be in a position to say the quantum of monies owed to Shanghai Construction as arising from these threats?
That, if what you're implying is the claim that the contractor is making for payments, I'm saying that it is that kind of involvement that is generating the issue between UDCOT and the contractor. If you're asking as to what has been paid under the contract at face value, then I'm not in a position to tell you that now, but with notice you can get that information.
Member for Oropouche East.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister, this is harder than pulling teeth, but could you indicate whether or not those threats also revolve around ongoing issues of mismanagement by the on-site project management company?
Prime Minister.
I have no such information, and therefore I cannot assist the member on that score.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, will the Prime Minister indicate a timeline to bring legislation to the House to effect the government's stated intention of implementing mandatory vaccination and quasi-safe zone status in the public service?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the government has not stated any intention of implementing mandatory vaccination. That phrase is an interpretation of my colleague from Couva South and others, and that, of course, they're free to do. The government, through statements made by me as Prime Minister, has publicly stated that the government is engaging in ongoing consultation with respect to creating safe zones or quasi-safe zones, and that assignment has been put into the hands of the Attorney General's office for the necessary legislation to be structured so that there could be legal authority for any such development in the public and private sector. And Madam Speaker, I've also stated publicly that this matter, which initially was supposed to have come to a head on the 17th of January, a month's extension had been granted to the Attorney General's office, and we indicated only last Saturday publicly that we're looking towards the middle of February to have the Parliament involved in any such matter. But, Madam Speaker, it's an evolving situation, and we will ensure that we stay on track.
Member for Couva South.
Prime Minister, could you inform this House if the government has a written policy which will be shared by all stakeholders and be laid formally in this Parliament in the context of this quasi-safe zone? Because your interpretation is that there is no mandatory vaccination from the government.
Madam Speaker, the government's management of COVID-19 in all its forms and fashion are subject to the documentation that goes to the Cabinet, and that Cabinet shares with the Parliament as and when is necessary and required, and the policy with respect to the creation of safe zones have been outlined by this government and form part of that documentation.
Member for Oropouche East.
Question. Would you indicate whether or not it is the intention of the government to consult with the labour movement and other relevant stakeholders on any legislation, policy or programme to implement this quasi-safe zone?
Madam Speaker, at the very onset, when this matter was raised publicly, the answer to that question can be found in the fact that this matter was placed in the office of the Attorney General for the express purpose of consulting with all stakeholders, not the least of whom is the labour movement, and I'm advised that those consultations have taken place, are taking place, will take place, with the Attorney General's office being involved. Some persons have participated, others have not, but the door to consultation remains open, and they will take place as they emerge. In fact, Madam Speaker, only last week, I spoke publicly about documentation written from Labour to the office of the Attorney General, the Prime Minister. These matters are ongoing, so consultation is an integral part of the process. It does not necessarily mean that agreement is guaranteed, but certainly consultation is available.
So?
Prime Minister, can you give this House an undertaking that whatever legislation comes before this Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, that public sector workers will not be illegally locked out by the government of Trinidad and Tobago?
Prime Minister.
I have no idea what you're talking about, because nobody is threatening to illegally lock out anybody.
Member for Caroni Central.
To you, Madam Speaker. Will the Prime Minister inform this House of the remuneration of members of the committee recently?
No. Yes, so I thought it was a supplemental.
Okay, sir.
Sorry. Member for Oropouche East.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister, before moving away from this matter, could you just, for the benefit of the national community, define what you as head of government understand by COSAI safe zone?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the entire country, and I dare say the world, is under threat through the presence of an invisible microbe that is hurting, killing people, destroying economies, and requiring the attention of all the human population. In Trinidad and Tobago, our very latest position is that we are heavily under the Lambda variant, the Delta variant, and in fact, we are also experiencing the community presence of the Micron variant. With respect to continuing our economic activity, to ensure that we have livelihoods, to ensure that there's manufacturing, to ensure that there's socialization, to ensuring that we are understanding that we're living with the virus. We are also saying, Madam Speaker, that there are things that we can do to create some areas that are safer than other areas in the country. It's in that context that certain activities are allowed under certain conditions, because those conditions would be relatively safer than the open society. And that is why, Madam Speaker, we have indicated that the vaccination benefits allow certain things to take place by the vaccinated, while we encourage the unvaccinated to become vaccinated to participate in those benefits. In that context, Madam Speaker, we speak about safe zones or quasi-safe zones, meaning that some areas are better protected than others.
Member for Cuba South, question number 4.
Prime Minister, will the Prime Minister inform this House of the status of the commitment given by the Minister of Finance for the fiscal year 2022, in which he indicated that the security of tenure of nurses employed on contract in the various regional health authorities would have been investigated and finalized by the end of December 2021?
Madam Speaker, this matter is being actively worked upon by the Ministries of Finance and Health. The issue is the inclusion of these nurses in the RHA, the Ministry of Health, pension plan. I think that was mentioned by the Minister of Finance at the time, mentioned by my colleague from Cuba South. The number of persons has been established at 3,400, and the cost to the government of including them in the pension plan, currently estimated at being an additional $70 million, is being finalized, and provision is being made for the required increased allocation at the Ministry of Health, so as to facilitate the enrollment as permanent employees in the Ministry of Health. The arrangements for the management of the pension fund are also being looked at to find ways and means of improving the return on investments of this pension fund. It is expected that these matters will be sorted out in the not too distant future, because they are attracting the ongoing attention of the government, as I have described.
Could you inform this House, based on what you have just revealed, if this information has been formally shared with the Trinidad and Tobago Registered Nurses Association via what we would call bilateral meetings?
That question, Madam Speaker, is a question that I could find out from the Minister of Health as part of the operation of the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Finance. But as I said, Madam Speaker, the two ministries are working on it, as I have described. Whether they have transmitted that information to the union, I don't have that information, but I'm pretty sure that if they have not done so already, it is imminent.
Member for Caroni Central.
Will the Prime Minister inform this House of the remuneration for members of the committee recently appointed to investigate the factors contributing to clinical outcomes of the COVID-19 patients?
Madam Speaker, I wish to advise the member for Caroni Central that there are still people in Trinidad and Tobago who will do public service for love of country. And it is not every assignment that someone is asked to do that the major concern is about how much they are paid. As at this moment, I'm not aware that there's any charge, but in the event that it arises and a stipend is to be paid, the government will happily pay it for the services that we anticipate that they'll provide.
Member for Caroni Central.
To the Prime Minister, through you, Madam, given that there are over 3,000 deaths, COVID-19 deaths, will 1 week be sufficient for this committee to do justice to what is required in this case?
Madam Speaker, given the assignment that the government has placed before these officers, it is reasonable to think that they can do it in the time frame. But I was careful to say, if they need additional time, that time will be provided. There are other people, including our friends in this House, who have been broadening their assignment to all kinds of things. And of course, if that was the initial assignment, then of course 1 week will not be enough. We are concerned with the terms of reference that we've given, and in the event that they are unable to do that in 1 week and they need additional time, then that time would be available to them.
Member for Caroni Central.
Can the Prime Minister give this House and the population an assurance that whatever report is generated from this committee, it will not end up like the Roadmap to Recovery report?
Not end up like what?
Roadmap to Recovery report.
Madam Speaker, I don't want to respond to that, but I simply want to say that at the mention of the existence of this committee, I committed to the national population to make the report of those officers available immediately, an unabridged version, regardless of what the report contains. Because this report, Madam Speaker, will not be the political broomstick that they're talking about. It is simply a report where professionals will look at other professionals' protocol and conduct to determine whether, in fact, Trinidad and Tobago is benefiting from best practice within the walls of the hospital. And one of the reasons, Madam Speaker, why I had to do that is because these same colleagues of mine in this House and their friends outside were demanding that the government make decisions inside the hospitals, decisions which are the preserve of the professionals and the professionals only. And I appointed this committee through the authority of the government so that the population can know that what is happening inside the hospital is best practice and fit for purpose arrangements, nothing else.
You no longer?
No.
All right. Member for Caroni Central. Question number 6.
Speaker, will the Prime Minister inform the House of any proposed restructuring at both Water and Sewerage Authority and the telecommunication services of Trinidad and Tobago and the implications of same for workers' job security?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, with respect to WASA, the Cabinet Subcommittee that was appointed to examine the recommendations contained in the 2020 Subcommittee report for the transformation of the Water and Sewerage Authority continues to work with the Board of Commissioners on the finalization of a transformation plan for the authority. These documents exist and are being worked upon. That's underway. With respect to TSTT, Madam Speaker, I understand that on January 17th, 2022, TSTT wrote to its employees' representative inviting them to consultations regarding restructuring of TSTT and a refinement of the business operating model. Like other companies in Trinidad and Tobago, TSTT has been significantly impacted by the economic conditions brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. This, coupled with increased consumer adoption of digital applications like WhatsApp and the utilization of communication platforms like Zoom, has seen the steady erosion of traditional voice revenue. In Trinidad and Tobago, fixed voice calling in terms of minutes and calls have declined by 50% over the past 10 years, and mobile voice calling has declined by 20% in the same period, according to the annual TATT market reports. No final determination or decision has yet been made regarding the proposed restructuring. The company has commenced consultation process with the recognized majority unions, and that process is ongoing. The government cannot say anything more at this time that can prejudice the outcome of these decisions, but to implore all concerned to act in the best interests of the organization, the customers, and citizens of Trinidad and Tobago.
Member for Cuba South, question number 7.
Thank you. Will the Prime Minister provide this House with a status report on the government's commitment to commence salary negotiation with the representative trade union?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the cost of wage increases in the public sector has been calculated by the CPO's office, and a submission will be made by the Minister of Finance to Cabinet by the end of this month. It is expected, therefore, that negotiations can properly commence by March 2022. It is also to be noted, Madam Speaker, that throughout the period of economic decline, followed by 2 years of pandemic emergency and these emergency spending, the government has maintained the payment of all public servants on time without termination or reduction of remunerations. This has been made possible through the judicious use of overdraft borrowings and withdrawals from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. And it's against that background, Madam Speaker, that negotiation for wage increases are to be seen, but the negotiations will take place, will continue, and we hope come to an amicable conclusion, Madam Speaker.
Prime Minister, given the recent increases in butter and cheese and milk and chicken and so on, and that workers in the public sector and state enterprises are working on 2012 to 2014 salaries, could you inform us how many negotiations are outstanding and to be settled?
Madam Speaker, I'm sure that my colleague from Cuba South knows that if he wants an answer to that question, he has to give me notice. You can't give me 20 minutes notice and expect me to answer that. If you really want an answer to that question, you file the question with the appropriate notice and you'll get a fulsome answer.
Member for Cuba South.
And Prime Minister, if you had any care and concern for the workers of Trinidad and Tobago, you would be aware of the number of negotiations to be settled.
Member for Cuba South. Member for Cuba South. You well know that is not permitted. So just withdraw your statement and ask a question.
I withdraw, Madam Speaker, but the Prime Minister must be clear and care for people.
But member for Cuba South, you well know when you withdraw, it's not conditional. So just withdraw. If you have a question, you can ask a question and we'll proceed.
I withdraw, Madam.
Thank you so much. Member for Point Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Prime Minister, will the Prime Minister provide to the House a definitive date when a decision would be made on Carnival 2022 to allow operators, promoters, and all stakeholders to be able to properly plan for said event?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I addressed this matter last Saturday, indicating that we have waited for as long as we could with respect to consideration as to what or whether there will be carnival or what carnival would be like until the middle of January. However, I indicated that there are public health protocols in force that will remain in force across carnival, and any carnival-like activity will be governed by those protocols. And I indicated, Madam Speaker, that that being so, there will be some kind of carnival activity which is to be agreed upon by the carnival fraternity, largely through the guidance of the NCC, the Ministry of Tourism, and the Ministry of Culture. And whatever they come up with, Madam Speaker, for the carnival season of 2022 must be done within the context of the existing health protocols. So there's no further announcement to be made, Madam Speaker. Those are the conditions for carnival-like activities. And I went further, even before we finalized what that could be, to indicate that there are certain carnival activities which will not be permitted simply because they are obviously at variance with the requirements of the pandemic response of 2022. So, Madam Speaker, I can say no more this time.
Member for Naparima.
Speaker, will the Prime Minister inform the House if there exists a use of force policy which includes the use of tear gas as a crowd control measure?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, if the member for Naparima was serious about this question, he would have known that in the police service, there is and has been for the longest while a use of force policy which includes the use of tear gas as a crowd control measure. Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Departmental Order 126 of 2019 includes the use of force policy addressing gasless lethal force, that's tear gas, by guard and emergency branch. The member must know that, and the member knows that, and he's just seeking to engage in misinformation and mischief.
Member for Naparima.
Could the Prime Minister tell us that if this policy takes into consideration the presence of young children, elderly, and passers-by before it is used?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I don't know of any young children who find themselves making decisions to go out and break the law, causing police to fire tear gas at them. If you're concerned about young children that you have, you as a parent must be concerned of not putting your young children in harm's way.
Honourable members, the time for Prime Ministerial questions is now spent.
Urgent questions. Questions on notice. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the House on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers. Personal explanations. Introduction of bills. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House and moved by a minister. Public business. Government business. Bills second reading.
The Minister of Trade and Industry. Honourable Minister, the speaking time is 30 minutes.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Designation, Development, Operation and Management of Special Economic Zones, the establishment of the Special Economic Zones Authority, the repeal of the Free Zones Act, Chapter 8107, and the regulation of special economic zones and matters related thereto, be now read a second time. And Madam Speaker, as I proceed to highlight the Special Economic Zones Bill, let me allow me the opportunity to provide a brief background and the justification for it and the benefits of this proposed new regime, which represents a transformational shift in how economic spaces are governed and developed. And the bill that is before us today is intended to replace the free zone legislation and to create this new special economic zone regime for Trinidad and Tobago. It's a very progressive and necessary move by the government, not only just to modernize and create a more internationally competitive and attractive investment climate, but also to allow us to meet our international obligations. So the rationale for the bill are twofold. One, achieving the national development agenda, and two, meeting our international obligations. And one of the pillars of our national development strategy, Vision 2030, is building competitive businesses, and that encompasses a number of initiatives, further diversifying the economy, establishment of centers of excellence and technology parks, development of new and enhanced suite of incentives, development of existing economic sectors, and support to new and emerging sectors as well. This legislation will also assist Trinidad and Tobago to meet its international obligations as a member of the OECD G20 Base Erosion and Profit Shifting Inclusive Framework. The bill provides a legislative framework for a licensing regime. Essentially, that's what it is, a licensing regime for operators, special economic zone enterprises, and single zone enterprises, so that the new institutional framework would comprise the SEZ Authority, the Special Economic Zone Authority, which will be responsible for the physical development and management, with very clear functions and powers as set out in clauses 5 and 6. And basically, the authority would be a regulator. The SEZ operators will be responsible for the physical development and management of zones. In other words, they would be a landlord. SEZ enterprises are going to be those businesses that operate within a zone, and therefore they are tenant-like in operation. There's also to be the single zone enterprises, which are separate and distinct enterprises, not existing within an operator's place, but clearly a business which will be allowed any of the permitted economic activities that are set out in Schedule 3 of the bill. So essentially, the single zone enterprises will be standalone entities. So an operator can be private, public, or it can be a public-private partnership. And from a policy standpoint, the bill seeks to allow a wide range of persons to invest and participate in the development of zones as an operator, and any person seeking to become an operator will have to meet the eligibility criteria at Schedule 4, as well as satisfy the detailed financial and other criteria at Clause 35. Also, having to complete a risk assessment that covers anti-money laundering, counter-financing of terrorism, financing the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. So the AML, CFT, and PF requirements are there. Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago's current free zones program was established more than 30 years ago. In 1988, it's outdated, and it was designed to have export-oriented non-energy activities. And that enabled, then, the legislation enabled the creation of this Trinidad and Tobago Free Zone Company, which currently regulates all the free zones and free zone enterprises in this country. Over the years, we've been working, this is the current administration, has been working with local and international players to really review the effectiveness of investment promotion and these existing economic zones in Trinidad and Tobago. And our technical review has shown that our existing free zones have played an insufficient role in growing and diversifying the economy because of several factors. One, an ineffective policy framework. And by that I mean the development, the promotion, and the management of these free zones are not driven by a very clear, modern, up-to-date, overarching policy or strategy, which will give a roadmap to guide medium and long-term plans to build the capacity of these zones and attract foreign and domestic investment. Also, it is underpinned by a very weak legal and regulatory framework in that it really does not support, in its current construct, a very modern regime, or the weak institutional framework as well, because approvals from the current Trinidad and Tobago Free Zone company can be cumbersome, and there's very little expertise and development and management of the modern SEZs. So that, Madam Speaker, currently there are about 15 free zone enterprises that are operational, and quite frankly, the existing regime has not lived up to expectations, and the government has no difficulty in saying so. It is our solemn responsibility to make sure that what is not working well is fixed, and this is what this bill is about. Looking at the global perspective, Madam Speaker, you will appreciate the needs of the local, the regional, and global economies have changed since the 1980s, and therefore many countries have had to develop and implement structural reforms to achieve sustained and inclusive growth in a more competitive and globalized world, particularly the times in which we live. And this imperative was recently underscored here by the IMF in its concluding statement following the 2021 Article 4 mission to Trinidad and Tobago. So there, as it is, there across the globe, there exists a variety of economic zones, from basic free zones on facilitating trade logistics, which are very common, to the newer integrated zones aimed at industrial development or developing innovation capabilities. And according to UNCTAD, we looked at what they had to say on this. UNCTAD 2019 World Investment Report, there are some 5,400 zones across 147 economies, up from 4,000 5 years ago. So over this 5-year period, another 1,400 zones have entered these across the globe. So this growth, according to the report, is part of a new wave of industrial policies and a response to increasing competition for internationally mobile investment. Let me speak briefly, although I know the AG will elaborate on the international tax standards, but the base erosion and profit shifting, I'll refer to it as BEPS initiative.
Gathered at the back, could you kindly either resume your seats or, thank you very much. Please continue, Minister.
Thank you. So the BEPS initiative was endorsed by G20 leaders in 2013 and aims to provide governments with clear institutional solutions for fighting loopholes in the current global tax system. So 141 countries and jurisdictions are members of the BEPS inclusive framework. Trinidad and Tobago signed on in October 2017. And all jurisdictions that are members of this framework are subject to a peer review or peer reviews of the implementation of their national commitments, which is undertaken by what is called another institution, the Forum on Harmful Tax Practices, FHTP of the OECD. There are 4 minimum BEPS standards, and what we are concerned with here today is Action 5, which is the countering of harmful tax practices, right? That's the standard that is most relevant to the bill. And since the beginning of the BEPS Action 5 peer reviews, the FHTP has reviewed 300 preferential regimes to ensure that there are no harmful features associated with the activities that they intend to attract. And as a result, virtually all of those harmful preferential regimes have been amended or abolished. It is important to know that to determine a country's compliance with Action 5, FHTP would consider 2 things: whether the preferential tax regime have harmful features, and I'll explain that later on, and also the exchange of information on tax rulings. So in the last global review of the FHTP in April 2021, Trinidad and Tobago's free zone regime was classified as harmful, and that was on account of ring fencing and also the exchange of information. So To ensure that no harmful taxation practices under the new exist under the new regime, the eligibility criteria for SEZ enterprises and single zone enterprises, all of those entities that will exist under this authority, will be linked to what is called an economic substance test. And these are outlined in clauses 49, 50, and 54 of the bill. And this test is linked to the need for all enterprises to meet this substantial activity test. This economic substance test is linked to the substantial activity test. And by that I mean they would look at 4 elements. The core income generating activities, that is the key essential activities that generate the main income of the entity. They would look at the operational expenditure, the human resource employment, and the level and quality of investment in terms of their physical infrastructure. And in a nutshell, all applicants to the special economic zone and single zone licenses must pass this economic substance test to obtain and maintain a license to operate under the new regime. So it is expected, I speak a little bit about the evolution, it's expected that the opposition will see the need to support these reform measures that are absolutely needed, all of these new arrangements, because you would know that very little was done under your regime. In fact, there were 4 entities, and one of them has fallen off. I am not going to go into that. That's time wasting. But in your 5 years, there were only 3 new entrants into that regime. So that in 2015, when the PNM took the reins of government, it was a priority after our review to transform Trinidad and Tobago through a fundamentally new, modern economic regime. And so we developed this policy in 2017, and which was it since has been revised. But what we sought to do from then was to create this modern and innovative framework which would help us, the country, to transform its investment climate. And so at that time, we held an information session with all of the private sector, all of the chambers of commerce and so on, and this proposed new SEZ. In October 2017, when we joined the BEPS initiative framework, the government proactively pursued several actions to bring our economic zone regimes in compliance with the international standards, so that from January 1, 2019, we allowed no new entrants into our free zone regime. We took that decision. Trinidad and Tobago kept this free zones regime administratively closed off in practice. In other words, existing entities were allowed to operate. There were no new taxpayers allowed into the regime. And of course, a revised SEZ policy, we continued in discussions with the BEPS and Global Forum people, and a revised policy was done in July 2019. And over the period 2019 to 2021, following stakeholder consultations and a thorough review of regional international best practice, this draft legislation was prepared. In doing so, and Madam Speaker, that revised policy is essentially the foundation upon which this bill here today, was built. And with the goal of attracting foreign investment and stimulating the domestic investment as well, while remaining internationally compliant. So, and in looking at and developing this regulatory framework, we looked at the practices in Jamaica, Barbados, Dominican Republic, Costa Rica, Panama, and South Africa. So the objectives, Madam Speaker, remain of this SEZ regime: to expand the country's revenue base, to increase and diversify the investments and exports in economic zones, to increase and enhance private sector participation in the economy, to increase SEZ enterprises with national development objectives, to integrate, the SEZ enterprises with our national development objectives, to facilitate economic development across Trinidad and Tobago, and to increase the compliance of our SEZ operations with local, regional, and international standards. So in the time that I have, I will go to the bill. Madam Speaker, I go into this part 2, which treats as a very long and extensive bill, 12 parts, 5 schedules, and I'll take you just through the key aspects in the time that I have. Part 2 treats with the establishment of the governing authority, and Clause 4 of the bill states that it is proposed that a body corporate to be known as, so the name is clearly established, the Trinidad and Tobago Special Economic Zones Authority be established. And the clear functions in Clause 5 of the bill: reviewing and assessing applications for operators' licenses, SEZ enterprise licenses, and single zone enterprise licensing, regulating and supervising all zones, and advising the ministers on further policy formulation, and of course recommending to the minister the designation of zones, which is actually what is done now. Importantly, the authority must review and assess the performance of all zones, formulate standards, prescribe codes of practice to be observed by all the entities, the operators, the SEZ enterprises, the single zone enterprises, and so on, receive and take prompt action to resolve complaints, and also facilitate the mediation and settlement of disputes among operators and SEZ enterprises, and facilitate and enable an environment in areas designated as special economic zones, and of course ensure that there's modern infrastructure required to attract foreign direct investment and stimulate local investment. The authority also must promote economic development in local communities and advance further diversification in the economy. There's something that I want to highlight with regard to this matter of functions. And in order to achieve the objectives of the new regime, a critical success factor will be marketing and promotions. However, there already exists across this landscape, economic landscapes in Trinidad and Tobago, an overlap of promotional activities across the several state agencies with respect to export and investment capabilities, so that the government is of the view that greater impact and results can be achieved through the merger of this trade and investment promotion activities, of all of the activities of the state into one organization. And I've talked about that in this place already, what is called the TIPA, Trinidad and Tobago, the Trade and Investment Promotion Agency, and it will allow a more targeted approach to trade and investment promotion. So a deliberate policy has been taken to ensure that the SEZ authority does not duplicate the efforts of the government, and the SEZ authority, their role remains rather regulatory, operationalization of the zones and facilitating investments and so on, and that the establishment of the National Investment Trade Promotion Agency, which was announced in the fiscal 2022 budget, will work closely with the SEZ authority and other entities with clear sectoral mandates like Trinidad Tourism and so on, to promote and market the SEZ regime locally and internationally to investors in various sectors and so on. The responsibilities are set out in Clause 5.2, and they are typical of most authorities. They will include the responsibilities of finances, contracting, procurement, human resources, and that kind of thing. The powers are in Clause 6, and invest the authority to issue guidelines and directions to operators, SEZ enterprises, single zone enterprises in respect of the implementation of the legislation, carry out investigations in relation to applicants and licensees in order to verify the accuracy of information and so on. And of course, they can request further information and documents where necessary. And of course, they are to grant and set the terms and conditions of licenses, and to amend and to vary and to suspend and revoke and so on. One of the functions outlined in Clause 5 is that the authority must regulate and supervise zones, and this speaks to a compliance function which the authority obviously has. So the authority, according to this function, has been vested with the power to inspect licensees and zones in order to monitor and ensure compliance with the legislation. They have the ability to take enforcement action. They can take, the authority can take enforcement action in the event of any non-compliance or breach of the Act or so. The authority has the power to establish and maintain registers, private and public registers. And lastly, I would note that the authority is vested with such other powers as may be necessary or expedient for the performance of its functions. Looking at the Board of Management of the authority, this is in Part 3, Clause 7 establishes the board that will manage the authority. And we had a lot of discussion on that. We wanted to ensure that the board is vested with adequate expertise, technical capabilities, and competencies. And there are 6 members that will be appointed by the minister, based on the ministers with members with qualifications and at least 7 years' experience in finance, information technology, economics, international relations, business management, engineering, logistics, and supply chain management, or accounting as well. 2 members will be attorneys at law, and the 3 remaining members will be the Chief Executive Officer, who shall be ex officio, a senior member of the Town and Country Planning Division, a senior officer, and a senior officer of the Inland Revenue Division. And to ensure continuity, Clause 7.4 deals with issues around the timing of the appointment of board members and so on. Looking at the responsibilities of this board, 8.1, the board shall be responsible for carrying out the functions of the authority. And of course, at 8.2, it states the minister may give to the board such general policies in writing, directives in writing, with respect to the carrying out of its functions under the Act, as he considers necessary or expedient, and so on. And the board, of course, will give effect to that. Of course, as per usual, clauses 10 to 13 will deal with matters of disclosure of interest by board members, etc., and committees, etc. Looking at staff of the authority and under Part 4, Part 5, financial provisions, I wouldn't go into those. Those are typical of the establishment of any relevant statutory authority. Going to the designation of the special economic zones, there are 6 main types of zones. Look at this. This is in Part 6. Clause 31 is to be read in conjunction with Schedule 3, setting out the various types of special economic zones and the permitted economic activities. One being a free port, which is a duty-free area located at a port of entry, AOC. The free trade zone, which we would be familiar with, and an industrial park, which is purpose-built and leverages domestic and foreign direct investment, particularly in value-added manufacturing industries. There is a specialized zone, which is a place designated for specialized activities, and I will spell them out: manufacturing, maritime, fish processing, agriculture and agro-processing, information and communications technology, aviation services, creative industries, financial services, medical tourism services, renewable energy, logistics and distribution, and business process outsourcing. Now, we spoke about the single zone enterprise. That is included as a type of zone. It exists on its own, as I said before, and it is restricted to a singular business entity engaged in any of the permitted activities that I just spoke of. And of course, there's the development zone, which is an area where activities are focused on the development of a specific region, a specific geographic region, with emphasis on factors of employment, skills training, entrepreneurship, rural development, and so on, overall social development, social economic development. With regard to the designation of special economic zones, Clause 30 empowers the minister on the recommendation of the authority to designate by order, and of course there's 33. A to J will outline the various factors that must be taken into account when considering the designation of a geographical area as a special economic zone. Again, I want to emphasize, it's very important to note that the new SEC legislation requires that all environmental standards will be considered in the designation of zones, and the granting of licenses must be adhered to during the operationalization of these zones. Going to the licensing provision, this is about, again, I go back to my earlier point, this is about a licensing regime. It treats with 3 types of licenses, the operator, again, the SEZ enterprise, and the single zone enterprise again. A key issue with the OECD was the responsibility of persons and entities which operate in zones to pay their taxes and to be transparent in the information and documentation they provide during the application process for a license. And the authority in assessing applications for licenses must consider, again, where the applicant meets the prescribed economic substance tests. So the Act will deal with the structure, speak again, and the type of license, the operator's license, the SEC enterprise's license, the single zone enterprise license, and these are detailed through clauses 33 and 40 and 48. 34 will deal with the application process, and of course, And of course, there are further details in terms of the information and documentation. And I said before that the application will be able to, must be required to submit their operation plan, the completed AML CFTPF risk assessment questionnaire, and other documents that the authority would require, and so on. I want to go, in view of the time, to say as well that the provision of notification of the grant of a license is dealt with as well. The authority can refuse to grant any of the 3 types of licenses. The particulars of the refusal process are the same for the 3 types of licenses and are captured in Clause 38. Another important element is the terms and conditions under which they must operate, and it's to be noted that the provisions in the bill which relate to the terms and conditions are the same for all 3 types of licenses. Clauses 39 and 53 will deal with that. The obligations of operators are clearly set out in terms of their management of the zone, and the fact that they must facilitate the provision of infrastructure and other services, that they must adequately demarcate within the zone a customs territory as is necessary. It also deals with the requirement of an annual operations plan. It also requires a strategic plan as well. And again, why? And you may ask, why so cumbersome on an annual basis? And it brings us right back to the point of ensuring continuing compliance in the life of the entity with the economic substance test which is required. I want to, in the time that is left again, just refer to some things that are important. The enforcement, the enforcement action by the authority. Clause 34 deals with the enforcement action against an operator, and 59 against the SEZ enterprise and the single zone enterprise. Again, matters of notice of non-compliance, etc. When the authority determines that a license is not in compliance, they can issue a notice of non-compliance, they can suspend the operator's license, etc. And they can go as far as revoking the license as well. Matters of the surrender of licenses also dealt there. I had initially spoken about the registers, a key aspect of the new regime.
You have 2 minutes remaining.
Sorry, how many?
You have 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you. A key aspect of the regime is the transparency, so that there would be public and private registers. Also, it's very important are the transitional arrangements, the grandfathering arrangements which are dealt with in Clause 88.1. Then further to that, I must say that a major issue for the OECD is the issue of grandfathering. According to Clause 88, it is the clear intention of this bill to bring the benefits and status of existing free zones to an ultimate conclusion by the 31st of January 2020, and there will be no extensive grandfathering of the benefits currently enjoyed by the free zones. 88.2 deals with the fact that orders made under Clause 3 of the Free Zones Act will remain in force until the 31st of January, or replaced by corresponding orders made pursuant to the SEZ bill. As I close, Madam Speaker, there are some next steps required in terms of the implementation of the SEZ regime, and the government will be moving swiftly to ensure that there are immediate actions that are taken in order to implement and to operationalize this new SEZ regime, facilitating the transition out of the free zone regime, the existing one, and to the transition to the new SEZ regime, finalizing the incentive framework, and more specifically ensuring that it is in compliance with all of these new global minimum corporate income tax rate that is spoken of. And of course, we will move to the setting up and the operationalization of the SEZ authority and the development of the regulations to implement the SEZ Act. And with that, Madam Speaker, I thank you and I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose a question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Designation, Development, Operation and Management of Special Economic Zones, the establishment of the Special Economic Zones Authority, the repeal of the Free Zones Act, Chapter 8107, the regulation of special economic zones and matters related thereto, be now read a second time. Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm extremely happy for the opportunity to respond to the Honourable Minister on this piece of legislation that has been brought before this House today. More so in dealing specifically with what the Honourable Minister has described as a transformational shift in how economic spaces are managed and developed in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, to hear the Minister present and advocate for this legislation, you would think that this measure represents an enlightened economic vision by this administration. The Honourable Minister would also have you believe that the development of special economic zones, which what I will refer as the SEZs going forward, is a well-formulated policy measure of this government to stir the national economy to achieve growth and prosperity for all. After all, Madam Speaker, the Minister has described this undertaking as progressive, and it is designed to modernize and create an internationally competitive and attractive investment climate. The Minister, in her delivery, utilized a lot of extravagant terms and modern concepts in depicting the SEZ plans. But, Madam Speaker, one would be absolutely wrong in arriving at the conclusion that these SEZs are a new economic frontier devised by this administration. You just have to be reminded, Madam Speaker, of this government's track record of non-achievement, which has led to an economic minefield of failures and fiascos, disasters and debacles that has plagued this administration for the last 6 years. Madam Speaker, let me contextualize the legislation as I have read it. The government is seeking to become compliant with the Global Forum and European Union and to meet our international taxation obligations. That's the first thing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I must say that the world is quickly leaving Trinidad and Tobago behind with respect to best practices for trade zones, for these free trade zones. The government, Madam Speaker, is therefore obligated to repeal the Free Zones Act and have it replaced with an authority designed to regulate these special economic zones. Madam Speaker, the exhaustive legislation that is before us today provides an administrative and regulatory framework for the new structure that the government plans to enact. As with most other PNM policy, Madam Speaker, the government has had to be dragged, kicking and screaming to this position where the Honourable Minister could come here today and boast of establishing an effective investment climate. The facts are, Madam Speaker, that after the government's earlier tardiness, the government developed this overarching trade policy for the 2019 to 2023 frame, of which these SEZs were meant to be a crucial aspect of its policy. Madam Speaker, in that document, the government acknowledged that SEZs present unique opportunities for diverse areas of business activities, new and dynamic investments, and the creation of jobs. Madam Speaker, it is just 11 months before 2023. The government has finally dusted off this policy document, and it is only because of the stringent and now urgent international obligations we have it before us today. Madam Speaker, this sluggishness is not new to this government. You would note that this government, this administration, has led Trinidad and Tobago being on the European Union's tax blacklist for more than 5 years. That is sluggishness to the highest degree, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, despite the occasional promises, our country remains one of only a handful that is still not compliant. And this is an international embarrassment for this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is governance that this PNM administration has brought us over the last 6 years. In my research, Madam Speaker, I found out that most progressive countries have long established or modernized their respective SEZs, which they have tailored to achieve improved trade balances, create jobs, and spur several other economic benefits. A recent international study titled Special Economic Zones, Lessons from the Global Experience, they reported that SEZs have proven to be an effective instrument in promoting industrialization and structural transformation. These two items, Madam Speaker, should have been the infrastructural imperatives for this PNM administration for the last few years. Many countries, Madam Speaker, use SEZs as a policy tool for economic revival. But as usual, Madam Speaker, the PNM has come late to the party, and that is despite the fact that the local economy has declined markedly over the past 6 years. This is a result of the lack of economic diversification in the midst of a stark decline in the energy export, and because, obviously, issues surrounding the COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Speaker, one just has to look at the data coming out of the central bank. Looking at the local manufacturing sector, there was a massive decline by 16% from 2016 to 2020, which tallies to almost $5 billion each year. The government, Madam Speaker, has generally paid lip service to the call from the manufacturing sector for a more enabling environment in order to expand production and boost foreign exchange. Just a few months ago, Madam Speaker, the TTMA made another anguished plea for effective action to prevent the illicit trade and money laundering at free trade zones. Madam Speaker, this is where it becomes critical to what this legislation is doing here today. The association, Madam Speaker, said that many people use these free zones to bring in items to reduce the administration time and to speed up the movement of goods that are in transit from free zones to another country. The association went on to explain, Madam Speaker, that when those goods are not declared before reaching the destination country, they are illegal. In other words, they constitute contraband and are the result of smuggling. Madam Speaker, this makes it very unfair to businesses that are trying to do the right thing, and it offers huge pricing benefits to the smugglers. Those smuggled items, obviously, Madam Speaker, it robs the country of taxes. The TTMA has said that these contraband products are often inferior and unsafe, and is also associated with what we term the transnational organized crime and terrorism that is associated with these free zones all over the world, if not managed properly. Madam Speaker, yet there has been chronic inaction by this government on those areas that affect trade and investment in this country that really prohibits international investors from wanting to come and invest here in Trinidad and Tobago. But Madam Speaker, if this government is unable to quash the serious issues identified by the manufacturing community at the existing free zones, how could it be expected to deal with the inevitable new problems that these new zones are going to bring up? Madam Speaker, the TTMA has pleaded without success for more accountability, for the hands of customs and excise to be strengthened, their manpower, and obviously for the police service to have jurisdiction over these items to make the law enforcement component much more effective, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the reason why I raise these matters is that it is just not about creating new legislation, creating an authority, but there are connecting rods that ought to be dealt with in order to facilitate a smoother and better investment environment for foreign partners, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the TTMA has also proposed a regime of measures for countering these breaches, all of which, Madam Speaker, I'm sad to say, that has fallen on deaf ears of this regime. By their own incompetence, Madam Speaker, the government could simply be facilitating the transfer of fraud, money laundering, and other illicit activities to SEZs if these issues are not dealt with in the infancy stage of setting up this new regime. Madam Speaker, that is the daunting task, the scenarios that is facing Trinidad and Tobago. The raw truth, Madam Speaker, is that the government has a very poor track record of non-compliance and of ineffective administration, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, both of these factors that I have explained will negatively affect on new SEZs if the state doesn't put a hand into the effective management of these issues. Madam Speaker, outside of that, there are other bugbears that I expect that the government would face in terms of bringing these new SEZs on stream. Now, the minister told us that one of the key objectives is to expand the country's revenue base and to increase and diversify investments in these trade zones. If you were to look at Clause 5 of the bill, Madam Speaker, it tells of developing modern infrastructure to attract foreign direct investments and stimulate domestic economic activities. The policy document also goes on to say that the SEZs could be used as prototypes through which the government could develop and implement new measures to improve the ease of doing business and attract new investments. Now, Madam Speaker, this is where I think it really shows a bit of the incompetence of this administration, just by using the word ease of doing business. This is coming, Madam Speaker, from an administration that has led Trinidad and Tobago to a hellhole of being the worst investment capital on this side of the world. Our investment slide, Madam Speaker, is of historic proportions. Under this current regime, Madam Speaker, this country has moved from the most unattractive investment destination in the Western Hemisphere per capita to worse than Haiti, Madam Speaker, the poorest nation in the world. Madam Speaker, just recently, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development is now ranking Trinidad and Tobago at the bottom of the direct foreign investment barrel. According to the same organization, the government, and this is data that they presented, the government which was led by the member for Siparia attracted foreign direct investment worth a total of $48.3 billion, TT dollars, between 2011 and 2015. Madam Speaker, if you look at our ranking today, the administration, under the leadership of the member for Diego Martin West, they have presided over an outflow, which is investment capital that has left this country, to the tune of $9.8 billion from 2016 to 2020. Madam Speaker, that is the fact as presented. This is not, the UNC that is saying this. This is the organization responsible for trade. Madam Speaker, one just has to look at the report card of this regime, of this PNM regime. It is flooded with several projects, cannibalized projects. And, we are almost at the point of an industrial wasteland in the Point Lisas industrial estate with the amount of these facilities that have been closing down. So we're here to talk about trade. We're here to talk about these free trade zones, these special economic zones. But yet, the track record of the state, of this government, does not give me the confidence that they will be able to deliver on what is being promised based on the track record, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you just have to quickly call a few names like the Sandals Resort, Dragon Gas, Petrotrain Refinery, the Labray Dry Docking Facility, Atlantic Train 1, the Gas to Liquids Project. All of these things were based on good ideas, based on ideas that they conceptualized, but they were unable to deliver for one reason or the other. Madam Speaker, let's not even go down the route of the much-touted $200 million plywood factory. That was stillborn. We've never heard anything about that up to today. Madam Speaker, in all of this, there is an organization called InvestTT, which really ought to be the conduit for foreign investors to seize the day and seize the climate and the opportunity to invest here in Trinidad and Tobago. So sometimes I wonder, because I haven't seen any reports of the benefits that have been coming to us, and perhaps the minister in her wind-up may touch a bit on InvestTT and give us some data, some statistics on how well they have in terms of their performance. Madam Speaker, we also would like to know what has been the benefits to date, again, of another trade facilitating regime, this opportunity in what is referred to as the ETEC Moruga Agro-Processing and Light Industrial Park. You know, it's been about 4 years. It was promised back in 2015, 2016. I think it's almost completed, if it is not totally completed. We've heard the minister speak about several clients and several clients and several clients, but up to today, I would like to know whether if $1 has been produced out of these facilities. It speaks to the ability of the state to deliver on what it is promising, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it really pains me to repeat the state of our investment environment, in which, you know, a procedural matter, such as getting an electricity connection, takes several months, Madam Speaker. Accessing credit, obtaining statutory approvals for infrastructure, trading across borders, collecting VAT refunds, all of this has turned into torturous and drawn-out exercises under this administration. Madam Speaker, that cannot fit well for new business and new investment if we don't address those matters. Madam Speaker, the minister delivered her address here this morning, and I know I came in about 2 minutes later, but there was not a word on the status of the ease of doing business. What this administration has done or what it wants to do to repair that issue. Madam Speaker, while the government continues to twiddle their thumbs with this issue on the ease of doing business, other investment nightmares connected to those issues are popping up every single day. Since these SEZs are heavily premised on international investments, it is relevant, Madam Speaker, to note the following issues. And let me be precise, Madam Speaker. These issues were clearly ventilated in the 2020 Investment Climate Report of the U.S. State Department, which is a public document. And Madam Speaker, you would know that the U.S. is our biggest trading partner. The issue of foreign exchange shortages that delay payments to foreign companies.
Member for Miaro, I've given you a very broad breadth, okay? But, you know, I think at this stage you should condescend to the bill. Your time expires at 3:04.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was just bringing in the issue of these reports to show that the intention of the SEZs is to create a better investment climate. But we are not addressing what these issues are in terms of being able to make the climate so that the government would be able to accomplish what they set out to do, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, I will go on. Sure.
But you were going more and more into the different issues that you've seen, and I'm asking you now to address the bill.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have been, as an opposition, we have been, in terms of getting the legislation, asking the government to get their legislative agenda correct, get it right. If you look, you know, over the last couple of weeks, we've dealt with the procurement legislation and so on. It has come. But, you know, Madam Speaker, we cannot, you know, devolve what the country, what the media, what the people of Trinidad, Tobago, what the business community, you know, what they're articulating, you know, in terms of the environment for trade and investment. So, Madam Speaker, you know, we here on this side, we are in support of whatever measure that the state can bring to improve our position economically. Nobody will deny that, you know, we want to see the country do well. But I think, you know, it is important for us to identify some of the loopholes in which it gives the government an opportunity to fix it in order that we all become successful at the end of the day. Madam Speaker, the whole issue of, you know, the bureaucracy that has really stifled investment in this country, I have to question, if we don't target the issues of bureaucracy. How are these new special economic zones going to prosper? If our foreign partners can't come in here and get their businesses, their legal components of the businesses executed very quickly.
So, Member for Miaro, again, I think you're falling into the same issue that I pointed out. Okay, I heard you talk about ease of business and all of that. Okay, all the things that should exist, I'm asking you now to deal with the bill.
Okay. Madam Speaker, SEZs, in my research, have accounted internationally for between 20% and 60% of all activities globally in these zones. In other words, Madam Speaker, these SEZs, executed correctly, can be the difference between our economic success or our failure. So, Madam Speaker, we hope that, the state can rectify these issues so that we don't shoot ourselves in the foot while the debate is still happening. Madam Speaker, getting access to international markets is different from getting entry, right? Access becomes available when bilateral and multilateral agreements are signed, and the Minister have spoken today and in the past of all these multilateral arrangements have been signed that will facilitate for trade and investment profile. But the question is, of all these access, how much entry we have been able to make? And I think hopefully if when the Minister is wrapping up, Honorable Minister can speak about our success with entry into these foreign markets, it will help us be satisfied that the proposal before us with these special economic zones, we can have some positivity in terms of they coming to invest in our area. Madam Speaker, Minister spoke about the benefits of these zones in terms of agro-processing, maritime services, fish and fish processing, aviation, creative services, financial services, ICT, which is, I think it's in a good position, it's a good direction that we ought to be heading to encourage these areas in terms of these zones that will drive investment and create new jobs and so on. Madam Speaker, we on this side, we are committed to seeing the country diversify. We continue to call on the government to put specific things in place. We do hope that with this formation of these special economic zones, we can see the diversification that we've been asking for, and we look forward that we will see the benefits over time. Madam Speaker, as I close, I just want to identify a few things that the government ought to be doing in terms of, getting the kind of success that we'd like to see from these special economic zones. They ought to define and determine some goals on skills upgrades, technology transfer, innovation, and obviously product enhancements at these special economic zones. Madam Speaker, these zones must become our engines for the overdue economic diversification that we keep speaking about all the time here in this House, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to ask the Minister in her wind-up that if she can commit her administration to creating the best possible high-performance SEZs to meet the flow-down objectives and really to give this country a kickstart to the faltering economic position that we find ourselves in. I want to urge the Minister as well that to get her government policy, put it on high priority, have her Ministry of Trade given the highest priority in terms of getting our economic sector going. Madam Speaker, I think failure to do that, it would be yet another debit to the account of this administration. Madam Speaker, the nation is paying close attention to what this government is doing. We will continue to monitor, we will continue to look at these zones, and we will look at their success as they come forward. Madam Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
The Attorney General, your speaking time is 20 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I usually listen with great interest to the contributions coming from the member for Mayaro, largely because there are sometimes sensible contributions coming, but today he was unrecognizable, Madam Speaker, and I'll tell you why I say that so boldly. The honourable member had the intellectual temerity to stand here today to criticize the Minister of Trade, to say that the Minister was attempting to say that this SCZ would modernize and have economic revolution type factors on the economic frontier, and effectively then entered into pleading a case to say that the government was dragged, kicking and screaming, to use his words, to this point, largely because of the government tardiness in treating with the global forum issue. The honourable member said that the government was sluggish, that the EU has blacklisted the country for 5 years. And Madam Speaker, why I take offence to the contributions coming from the honourable member for Mayaro is because the honourable member failed to tell the truth. And the truth, Madam Speaker, is that whilst today this bill, in all of its sections and in all of the clauses in the respective parts, is intended to treat with action item 5 of the European Union mandatory actions to treat with the countering of harmful tax practices, the honourable member did not have the intellectual courage to explain why we are where we are, and did not recognize the role and the dereliction of duty in the UNC taking us to where we are. And let me put it on record again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can say with confidence, as I said on the 2nd of February 2020 in the House of Representatives on the Hansard that day, that it was a commitment of this government to achieve what is today the bill before us, because the European Union requires the base erosion profit sharing action item 5, which this bill addresses, on account of a commitment to the Global Forum. That commitment to the Global Forum was made by the member for Siparia in 2011. In 2013, common reporting standards were published by the European Union. In 2014, Minister of Finance, then Larry Hawaii, traveled all the way to Berlin in Germany to commit Trinidad and Tobago to comply with satisfaction of all aspects of the Global Forum, which this bill is a part of, by 2017. Worse yet, in September 2015, if my memory serves me well, in treating with the requirements for this bill, Madam Speaker, the member for Siparia, before the election, in that early month of September, committed Trinidad and Tobago to pass 13 double taxation relief treaties, the multilateral convention to treat with mutual administration and assessment of tax matters, the income tax amendment provisions, and to sign that treaty in a 12-month period. Enter the UNC and enter the dishonesty that was put on the record today, Madam Speaker, because the member from Mayaro deceived this Parliament willfully in failing
to withdraw that and find another way.
I'll find another way. I withdraw.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, the member willfully, knowingly, plainly failed to tell the Parliament that the 3 bills which are precursors to the law to allow for us to do this legislation today are the Tax Information Exchange Act, the amendments to the Income Tax Act, and the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administration, Assessment in Tax Matters. And those 3 bills were sabotaged in Joint Select Committee for a period of 2 parliamentary sessions, such that the government had to spend 2 sessions of the parliament in literally begging the UNC to pass the law. It was only on the 2nd of February 2020 that we were able to pass the law. And let me put it on record. In one of those bills directly related to this act that we seek to cause today by this bill, the only thing that changed was a semicolon, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, to listen to the UNC representatives, the opposition, come here today and say that the Minister of Trade is misleading the Parliament and is slothful and is somehow not producing the best work, Madam Speaker, I take great offense that the truth has not been told today, Madam Speaker. And I say shame on you, Member for Mayaro, for doing as you have today. Quite respectfully, Madam Speaker. So let's get to this law. I've had the pleasure of drafting this law as Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs. I can say, Madam Speaker, that this particular bill, which is a long bill comprising several parts, comprising 90 sections to be borne by clauses here today, and 5 schedules, this is intended to repeal the Free Zones legislation. The Free Zones legislation, which is the Trinidad and Tobago Free Zones Act, Chapter 8107, is not only archaic, but it was left on the books of Trinidad and Tobago by the members opposite without amendment, Madam Speaker, save for 2 minor amendments in 2011 and then in 2013. Madam Speaker, under the Free Zones legislation, there was effectively a substantial tax holiday carve-out. And worse yet, Madam Speaker, there was no provision for effective periodic renewal and considerations of licenses. There was no reflection upon anti-money laundering and countering terrorist financing. Those permissions granted under the Free Zones legislation were indefinite. They were in fact infinite. There was no period of license, and license continued without ability for effective cessation unless you repeal the legislation or the license is handed back. Madam Speaker, what is this law put quite simply about? You will notice, Madam Speaker, in several of the sections of the bill that you're looking at a few factors. One of them that is extremely important to be found in the definitional section in Section 3. And if you look, Madam Speaker, to sections 35, 36, 39, if you look to 35 and 36 as they touch and concern anti-money laundering and countering financing of terrorism, if you look, Madam Speaker, to the provisions of what is required in terms of a licensee, be it a special economic license that is being granted, or a single economic license, or an operator's license. There are 3 types of licenses. You have to have, in the special licenses and the single licenses, Madam Speaker, you have to have a substantial connection to matters of core income generating activities. You have to satisfy an economic substance test, and you'll find that at clauses 49, in particular in subsections 4 and 5. And what is that, Madam Speaker? That is to treat with making sure that you don't have shell companies abusing taxation privileges where there is no real economic activity in gear in those operations. And permit me, Madam Speaker, to give you the example of Apple Inc. Apple is a $1 trillion company on the International Stock Exchange. Apple is registered as a company in Ireland. Apple operates in the United States of America. In the United States of America, you're not subjected to taxation unless you're registered in that jurisdiction. So Apple is registered in Ireland. Apple maintains a skeleton crew of maybe 20 people odd in Ireland. And under Irish taxation laws, your mind and management and where your substantial activity is where you are taxed, meaning in the United States. So Apple effectively registered in Ireland, not subjected to taxation, operating in the US substantially but not subjected to taxation, and therefore a $1 trillion company took advantage of a legitimate tax avoidance mechanism by an erosion of the base upon which taxation could be achieved. And Madam Speaker, this bill ensures, if you look to the schedules, and you look to Schedule 3 in particular, as to types of special economic zones and permitted activities, you look to the qualification aspects in Schedule 1 and Schedule 2, what you are looking at is a mandatory satisfaction that you have substantial economic activity, Madam Speaker. And therefore, this is intended to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago has the advantage of legitimate taxation to entities operating within those areas which are now special economic zones, whether they are operating as a landlord on the operation side of the licensing, or with a single or with a special economic license, that you have in fact of their substance. Now, this does not mean that you're not permitted the growth of the orange economy in particular, and I refer to intellectual property in that regard. When we look at the intellectual property aspect of the matter, it is very important, Madam Speaker, that we factor the important inclusions, not only of the substantial economic activity that we're looking at, but, Madam Speaker, that we look to the exceptions for this type of special economic zones as it relates to intellectual property. You'll note, Madam Speaker, that in the Senate, we included a definition for intellectual property. We lifted largely from the St. Lucian model in respect of intellectual property. But, Madam Speaker, when we watch the intellectual property aspects, we have to be sure at Clause 64 to reflect upon the fact that we subject in 64 Income Tax Act to apply to the intellectual property arena. What does that mean? We are creating a springboard for the intellectual property sector, be it in digitization, in blockchain technology, in processing and backroom operations for credit card support or banking support. All of those benefits to be enjoyed in relation to income derived from an intellectual property asset shall be assessed in accordance with the provisions of the Income Tax Act. And that's in Clause 64, subsection C. The other set out benefits for single economic licensees or special economic licensees in the zones, they are set out in the schedule. And they range in type and form from concessions and operations under the customs and excise regime, variations in respect of value-added tax or income tax with certain concessions applied. So, Madam Speaker, the law before us that is being offered is in a context, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may I ask what time is full time?
Attorney General, your full time expires at 3:19.
3:19. So, Madam Speaker, the economic context of the bill is critical. This bill, Madam Speaker, you will note is being passed with a simple majority. Why, Madam Speaker? We cannot afford to let the opposition United National Congress sabotage the passing of law by bringing provisions which will require their consent. We saw what happened in the Global Forum package. We saw what happened in the Financial Action Task Force packages, in the FATCA packages. We then saw that result in the member for Mayaro coming here and unfortunately failing to tell the truth in relation to the history of the Global Forum package, where we were stranded for years in trying to pass the law in joint select committees that involved special majority laws, such that in relation to the income tax amendments in 2019 and 2020, we were compelled to carve out the simple majority provisions of the law and passed them in 2019 without the UNC's support. Madam Speaker, this law allows for simple majority passage because the issue that may tend to property considerations, which are qualified rights under Section 4 of the Constitution, or right to private life issues in Section 4 of the Constitution, those are treated with by a bifurcation. Number one, a conditionality of your license in any one of the three types of licenses is that you consent to the entry and exercise of privileges for seizure, inspection, etc. Number two, that is underwritten by the maintenance of confidentiality, and it is a crime to breach confidence. There is a privilege to ask for trade secrets, etc., to remain in a confidential zone. These are subject to audit and even to judicial scrutiny at every step of the way. So the due processing that is laid out in this law is carefully arranged to ensure that this law treats only with a simple majority prosecution for passage. Madam Speaker, may I put on record now the fact that the government has a suite of legislation which I am drafting as we speak to treat with a number of outstanding factors, some of which are directly related to the bill before us. Secondly, they are all targeting compliance with the Global Forum and with the European Union. They will involve coming back to matters which I asked the Parliament to reserve and note we would have to come back on when we were compelled in 3/5 majority consideration to agree to unreasonable conditions offered by the opposition. I marked on the note that we would go to the Global Forum, we would go to the European Union, we would seek their position on what was passed, and I can tell you now that they have instructed the government that we are to come again and seek amendments to the law that we warned about almost 2 years ago. In relation to the Global Forum, I have been in direct communication with the Global Forum at every level of the Global Forum, in one-on-one meetings and in virtual meetings on a continuous basis with their assessment entities. I have been in direct communication with the European Union and the Council, and I wish to publicly thank, Madam Speaker, the current European Union Ambassador to Trinidad and Tobago, His Excellency Peter Cavendish, for lending yeoman service to Trinidad and Tobago, for coordinating the efforts for our peer review by the Global Forum. We cannot achieve the European Union delisting from their blacklisting unless and until we satisfy the further requirements of the Financial Action Task Force as it relates to recommendations 35 and 25, that's on beneficial ownership and administrative sanctions. And you'll note in this law that we have an administrative sanctions provision in the bill. We cannot achieve EU compliance unless we achieve the base erosion profit sharing requirements. And Madam Speaker, this action item 5, which is this bill, the SEZ bill, ticks that box. We will have to deal with country-by-country reporting and certain tax matters, which we have already completed and which we will bring forward. And Madam Speaker, we have the Global Forum satisfaction to do, which is divided between exchange of information on request and exchange of information automatically. And those are subsetted into 23 items, where 9 of them, Madam Speaker, we can treat with in an administrative fashion, 15 of them we treat with in one piece of law on administrative function. We are awaiting the Global Forum's blessing of the particular legislation now so that we can bring it forward, so that we can retrieve what I call the lost years brought on by the UNC government and the sabotage leveled against the people of Trinidad and Tobago in hijacking Joint Select Committee work, which was stranded for 2 sessions in this Parliament, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will be participating at the committee stage with further details that may be addressed in this debate, and I thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
Member for Barrett-Harrison.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this particular debate on the Trinidad and Tobago Special Economic Zone Bill. And Madam Speaker, permit me to just respond to some of the misinformation that was placed on the record by the member for San Fernando West. So the first point that I would like to rebut, Madam Speaker, because the member spent quite some time in his contribution on this point, is that the United National Congress sabotaged the work of the Joint Select Committee. Nothing is further from the nothing. It is intellectual dishonesty for the member to have made such a statement in this parliament, because the parliamentary record will show, Madam Speaker, that 3 bills were placed in one Joint Select Committee: the Income Tax Amendment Bill of 2018, the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters 2018, and the Tax Information Exchange Agreement Bill of 2018. Madam Speaker, that Joint Select Committee sat on 3 occasions for a total of 2 hours and 25 minutes. And then they wanted to report on one particular bill, and we told them that is not going to take us off from the blacklist. We need the passage of all 3 bills. And Madam Speaker, the member spoke of stymieing the work of the Joint Select Committee. I have a letter in my possession under the authorship of the member of Naparima on the 9th of May 2019, when he wrote to the secretary of that Joint Select Committee, and he said that the last meeting that was held was on the 25th of January 2019. 3 months have passed and we have not had a meeting. We had to kick, scream, and beg the government to commence a meeting for this Joint Select Committee. So when the member for San Fernando West says that we have sabotaged the work, it is the government who has sabotaged themselves with respect to this particular matter and this Joint Select Committee. And Madam Speaker, would you know that those bills were passed in 2020 and Trinidad and Tobago is still on the blacklist? We are still on the blacklist. And Madam Speaker, I had to go and get the Trinidad and Tobago report, the country report with respect to where we are with respect to this matter, because the Attorney General spoke of the information, the tax exchange information. And there are certain types of information exchange that must take place. Those on request, those on automatic. This is what they said. With respect to our exchange of information and requests, we are scheduled to join in 2022. We are non-compliant. With respect to automatic exchange of information, we now requested to join the Mutual Administrative Assistance Convention. Madam Speaker, when you look at the BEPS framework, we are non-compliant. They have tagged us as being actually harmful in terms of our tax regime. And yet this government dragged its feet, having been placed on a blacklist since 2018, passed the law since 2020, and we are yet to come off the blacklist because of the legislative incompetence and laziness of this PNM government. You have totally embarrassed Trinidad and Tobago internationally, where you have other parliaments having to condemn the manner in which this government has been passing laws. And Madam Speaker, there's another point that the Attorney General placed on the record, and I have to correct that point. He said a commitment was made by the member for Siparia with respect to Global Forum. The member is half correct. The member for Siparia did join Trinidad and Tobago on the Global Forum with respect to the exchange of tax information. But there's another framework that this bill is trying to take care of, which is the base erosion profit shifting, not sharing as the Attorney General said. It's base erosion profit shifting. And the member for Siparia did commit us. But Madam Speaker, as of 2017, while this government was in its first term of office, Trinidad and Tobago was not a member of the BEPS inclusive framework. We were not. I have a letter in my hand here, dated the 23rd of October 2017, from one Fabrizia Lape Corella. And this was from the Global Forum, Madam Speaker. And it said, and I quote on criterion 3, we acknowledge that in the reply sent on the 28th of July 2017, this is a reply from the Ministry of Finance, you confirm that Trinidad and Tobago is not a member of the inclusive framework on BEPS. So how could the member for San Fernando West say that it was the member for Superior who committed us to that? That is an absolute untruth. It is here in black and white, Madam Speaker. When you look again at a letter dated November 21, 2017 from the Ministry of Finance, and this letter was addressed to the chair of the Code of Conduct, Business Taxation, which is the Global Forum, I quote from the letter. It says that in this connection, I acknowledge that the Code of Conduct Group will not recommend Trinidad and Tobago to be listed as non-cooperative tax jurisdiction by the Council of the EU, provided that Trinidad and Tobago commits to address its deficiencies by December 31, 2018. As of December 31, 2018, there was no Trinidad and Tobago Special Economic Zone bill in sight. The letter goes on, Madam Speaker, to say, with respect to the Forum on Harmful Tax Practices, the regimed name-free zones is currently being reviewed with a view to countering harmful tax practices. As it relates to Trinidad and Tobago joining the OECD BEPS inclusive framework and adopting the 4 OECD BEPS minimum standard, Trinidad and Tobago expressed its intention earlier this month to join the OECD BEPS inclusive framework and adopt the OECD BEPS minimum standards. This was the member for Diego Martin Northeast penning this letter, not the member for Superior. So do not come to this house and tell untruths that it was the member for Superior who signed us on to the BEPS framework. It is absolutely false and untruthful. Madam Speaker, as of the 5th of October 2021, Trinidad and Tobago embarrassingly remains on the list of non-cooperative jurisdictions. We have been blacklisted and there is no sight out because of this government in the manner in which they have placed us in this particular regard. Madam Speaker, when you look at some of the issues that arrive or derive from this, you have to really wonder whether or not the Attorney General was in a different reality, because he also spoke that this law is not being brought with a special majority because he's afraid that the opposition will sabotage. That is not how a democracy works, Madam Speaker. There's a constitution, and if there are breaches of Section 4 and 5 rights, it must be prescribed in terms of a special majority by the legislation that is being proposed. You cannot just ignore that provision of the Constitution. This Parliament is a creature of the Constitution and we must follow the Constitution. Then the Attorney General said, he spoke of FATCA. Madam Speaker, we supported FATCA. That was a special majority bill. The member said we frustrated the FATF work. One of the most important pieces of the legislation with respect to FATF was the amendment to the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2018. I was a member of that GSE, and we did extensive work on that particular bill, Madam Speaker. We in the opposition supported that particular amendment to make us compliant with FATF. So do not blame your legislative laziness and incompetence on the opposition. The only person to blame is the man in the mirror. That is the man to blame, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is totally untruthful what the Attorney General would have put on the record today. It is embarrassing for any Attorney General to put such untruths on the Hansard record in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, now when we look at the particular pieces of the bill that is before us, Madam Speaker, you would see that we are trying to address action.
Member for Davendranath West, I would like to hear the contribution. You're free to join the debate when the time comes. Please continue, Member for Davendranath.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, what the bill is trying to address is one of the minimum standard criteria that the European Union, the OECD Global Forum, has given to jurisdictions all over the world. And there are actually 4 of those action items. There's Action 5, Action 6, 13, and 14. And today we are addressing Action 5, which is harmful tax practices. There are 15 of these actions. And Madam Speaker, the base erosion profit shifting is really to ensure that companies who operate multinationally, that they are able to pay their taxes in a fair manner in which they don't escape paying taxes from the jurisdiction in which the company is resident as compared to the country in which the profits and the values are being generated. So this is what this legislation is attempting to do, because what the legislation is doing is that once an area is zoned as a particular special economic zone, there are certain benefits that will derive to that particular company. And therefore there will be, in terms of some of the companies that operate, certain exemptions when it comes to taxes. So what the Global Forum has identified is that there may have been some preferential tax regimes in a jurisdiction where the company operates or generates its revenue as compared to those jurisdictions in which the company is resident. So that is what the Global Forum wants to ensure, that there's proper tax compliance. So when you look at the particular sections of the bill, you would see, especially in the scheduled sections, the benefits that may derive from this particular piece of law that is being proposed. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to take some issue with respect to a couple sections in the bill. And I want to take you, Madam Speaker, to Section 6 of the bill. And in Section 6 of the bill, it sets up, well, Section 5 sets up the authority. 4 and 5 sets up the Special Economic Zones Authority, and this is a body corporate. And this particular authority will have several powers in terms of issuing guidelines and directions to the operators, the enterprises, to carry out investigations, to grant and set terms and conditions of licenses, to revoke, amend, suspend licenses, to inspect licenses, to ensure that there is enforcement, and other necessary or expedient functions as may be necessary for the performance of its function. And this particular authority will be managed by a board as outlined at Section 7 of the bill. Now, the board of the authority will comprise a total number of 11 members in terms of the management. Now, Madam Speaker, of the 11 members, the minister is allowed to appoint 6 members. Then the minister is also allowed, then the Minister of Planning will appoint a senior member from the Town and Country Planning Division. Then a senior officer of the Inland Revenue, who is nominated by that chairman, shall be appointed by the minister. So in total, in terms of ministerial nominations and appointment, you have 6, 7, 8. So therefore, you already see that the independence of this particular board has been eroded. Because you have now members who are going to sit on a board granting extensive tax reliefs and extensive benefits to certain companies being controlled by the hands of ministers. And Madam Speaker, we are raising points with respect to the independence of this particular board that manages the authority. Then, Madam Speaker, the minister will also be responsible, and this is found at Section 7, subsection 3, where the minister shall appoint 2 members other than the CEO to be the chairman and deputy chairman of the board. So again, the minister now appoints all of the members and then decides who chairs the board and who is the deputy chair of the board. And then, in terms of the tenure of those board members, it shall be determined on the terms and conditions as determined by the minister. So, Madam Speaker, the minister is really the controlling mind of this particular authority. So where is the independence? Where is the independence? Because we have seen how easy it is where friends, families, and financiers can benefit. And therefore now you're putting a hand-picked authority, a hand-picked board, to give these particular benefits, Madam Speaker. And then the minister will give the board general policy directives to carry out its function under the Act as he considers necessary or expedient, and the board shall give effect to those directives. Then the minister has also the power to remove members from that particular board. And the minister also has power to appoint persons to act when there are no acting appointments. So, Madam Speaker, we are taking very much issue with respect to the independence of this particular board that manages the authority. because you must have some semblance of independence, especially in these regards. Because, Madam Speaker, in a society as small as Trinidad and Tobago, where everyone knows everyone, Madam Speaker, you must have some level of isolation of the political directorate from these governmental institutions in terms of the manner in which they operate, especially where benefits are going to be given. And then at clause 12, a member of that particular board is being given total immunity in terms of the discharge of the functions of the authority. Total immunity. And we have to wonder why. Madam Speaker, do you know magistrates in this country do not have full immunity like a High Court judge, yet members of this board are being given more immunity and privilege than judicial officers? Because you know why, Madam Speaker? The difference is that maybe these board members will be handpicked by certain ministers, handpicked by the government, handpicked by a particular cabinet.
Member?
Yes.
I'm just questioning you on the provision with respect to imputing improper motives. And I believe that last statement offends that. So I'll ask you to withdraw that and you can proceed.
Certainly, Madam Speaker, I withdraw and I comply with your ruling. So, Madam Speaker, these are some of the issues with respect to the particular clauses that I wish to raise in this bill. Madam Speaker, I have already debunked the untruths in which the Attorney General have placed on the record, Madam Speaker. And with these few words, I thank you very much.
Member for San Fernando East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to speak today on this very important piece of legislation. Madam Speaker, we're here today to repeal the archaic Free Zones Act and to implement the Management Authority for the Special Economic Zones, Madam Speaker. Economic zones over time have grown to become a critical foundation of the global supply chain. With approximately 3,500 zones operating in 135 countries worldwide and employing over 60 million people, you can see just how important special economic zones have become. This is one of several variations of economic zones and used by governments to develop and diversify exports, generate foreign exchange, create jobs, pilot new policies and approaches, and allow more efficient government supervision of infrastructural development, environmental controls, and labor standards. Madam Speaker, as we're all aware, diversification is one of the major goals of this government so that we do not remain heavily dependent on the energy sector. Goals of this revised national SEZ policy are as stated. 1, to modernize TNT economic free zone regime, increase the economic and social impact of economic zones in Trinidad and Tobago, to enhance the international appeal of Trinidad and Tobago's economic zone regime. Of course, this is in an attempt to improve our ability to attract foreign direct investment. Improve existing and advance new mechanisms and procedures to effectively develop and manage economic zones. Madam Speaker, earlier the member for Mayaro was saying that he didn't hear too much about improving the ease of doing business in Trinidad and Tobago. I would say if he carefully looked at this bill, he would see that everything here is designed to improve efficiency and to make it easier for local businesses and also foreign direct investment to establish themselves in export-based industries and improve the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. The main reasons for replacing the archaic Free Zones Act, Madam Speaker, are simple. 1, zone structure, small, lacking diversity, and performing poorly. We have not seen the results that we are looking for from the current Free Zones Act. Ownership and developmental roles. Under the Free Zones Act, Trinidad and Tobago Free Zone Company is authorized to serve the role of owner, developer, regulator, and facilitator. Madam Speaker, later on we'll go into a discussion of the Special Economic Zones Authority, which is designed to replace this outdated structure and to improve the administration of these free zones in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, incentives and zone features. Current incentives available to approved free zone enterprises are very generous, but they are not time-bound and limited only to financial incentives, which significantly undermine the country's revenue base. Unfortunately, all incentives cannot be financial for us to become more attractive and competitive to developing export-based industries in Trinidad and Tobago. Shortcomings of the present free zone regime include an ineffective policy framework, weak legal and regulatory framework, a weak institutional framework, a poor performance, as I stated earlier. Madam Speaker, in a lot of the policy document that drove the development of this bill came from a World Bank report which was delivered in September of 2012, when those on the other side were in office. Of course, this was completely ignored by those on the other side while they were in office. But let me list some of the key recommendations outlined in this policy document. Qualifying criteria and approval procedures. More robust qualifying criteria and approval are required to improve the quantity and quality of investments in Trinidad and Tobago. That's one aspect that this bill seeks to improve. Key legislative changes. The repeal of the Free Zones Act and enactment of the Special Economic Zone Bill, which is what we're doing here today. The improved designation criteria, strategic changes of the standards and criteria that determine whether or not an area can be designated a SEZ or Special Economic Zone. More streamlined operations, adoption of information systems in administration, operation and management of SEZs. Of course, this leads to an improvement in the ease of doing business in these free zones. Dynamic incentive framework. Completely revamping incentive structure that includes non-financial incentives, as well as a framework that is time-constrained and dependent on factors such as investment level and investment type, etc. Of course, as I said earlier, the time segment is something that was completely lacking in the previous archaic legislation. The Ministry of Trade and Industry has been in discussions with various stakeholders in developing a revised SEZ policy since March of 2017. So the World Bank report came out in 2012, and this government resurrected this initiative in March of 2017. And of course, we've heard more than enough today about committee stages and also about discussions with the general public. The rationale for Special Economic Zones legislation to replace the archaic Free Zones Act. New legislation designed to attract foreign direct investment and is in line with the government diversification thrust. As I said earlier, Madam Speaker, that is one of the main directives of this administration. Also designed to keep pace with our Latin American neighbors. Of course, in this globalized economy, we are not just competing against ourselves, but we are competing against our neighbors, especially those in Latin America. In a globalized economy, we cannot just look at what we are doing, we also have to look at what our competitors are doing, and also keep pace with them. The World Bank Technical Report, September 2012, stated about SEZs, Madam Speaker, and I quote, SEZs could offer foreign investors outside of oil and gas opportunities for regulatory simplicity, investment security, infrastructure, and hassle-free access to inputs, as well as the ability to stimulate widespread diversification and growth through linkages with domestic economy and complete value chains to firms within the zones. Of course, Madam Speaker, this report came in 2012 and again was completely ignored by those on the other side. So I marvel at them today saying that things are not moving quickly enough. Legislative goals. The goals of this legislation: modernize TNT's economic zone regime, increase the economic and social impact of economic zones in Trinidad and Tobago, enhance the international appeal of Trinidad and Tobago's economic zone regime. Of course, that means we're staying competitive. Improve the management of economic zones with modernized procedures, of course, in an attempt to improve the ease of doing business in these zones and in Trinidad and Tobago in general. The evolution of economic zones, Madam Speaker, is not something that is strictly confined to Trinidad and Tobago, but something that has been evolving over time internationally. free zones around the world have evolved. We initially began, as a form of free ports or custom-free areas within seaports. We advanced into some of these being developed into customs-free zones for light manufacturing and other processing. Then export processing zones. And now, Madam Speaker, we're here today to really bring this legislation into the 21st century. Then finally into special economic zones, an entity-separate regulatory environment, separate regulatory environment from the rest of the host economy. So the regulations that obtain within these zones will not be the same as those for the rest of the general population, Madam Speaker. And this is because they are designed to give us a boost in terms of export-based industry. Modern efficient zones can be found across the Americas, Europe, Asia, Middle East, and Africa. Approximately, as I said earlier, 3,500 zones, 135 countries, employ almost 60 million people. Of course, this government is extremely focused when it comes to employing our people, especially as we try to stimulate this economy coming out of this global COVID crisis. Under the Free Zones Act, which we are repealing, Section 28(1) of the Act approved free zone enterprises that benefited from full exemptions from several taxes and other benefits. In an effort to drive the national diversification thrust and successfully penetrate new and existing export markets, we have targeted the following sectors. Tourism being a major one, agriculture and agro-processing. And let me, at this point, take the time to thank the Minister of Agriculture for several of the initiatives he has been assisting the people of San Fernando East in establishing agricultural projects in our constituency. We thank you for your assistance and your hard work. And also, the staff and public servants of the Ministry of Agriculture. We also include maritime services, fishing and fish processing, aviation services, creative industries, financial services, and of course, ICT, again, with a thrust in terms of improving the ease of doing business in Trinidad and Tobago, and also so that we can enter the economy and industry of the future, which of course, as we all know, will be technology-driven. The purpose of reform legislation. This policy serves to replace the existing free zone arrangement with a modern special economic zone, or SEZ regime, which will be a platform for national economic diversification, attract domestic and foreign investment, create employment opportunities, and enhance private sector participation in the economy. Now, Madam Speaker, one of the most important, or I say maybe the most important part of this bill is the establishment of the SEZ authority. This will be a critical part of the overall governance arrangement under the new SEZ regime, and the main responsibilities will be regulating SEZs throughout Trinidad and Tobago. So, of course, the member from Barataria earlier spoke about his concerns about this SEZ authority, but he didn't take the time to go through some of the details in terms of the composition of the board of the authority. The SEZ authority, according to Clause 7, outlines the composition of the board of the authority. Clause 7.1 states that the Special Economic Zones Authority of Trinidad and Tobago shall be managed by a board. And yes, he was correct in saying 11 members. And yes, several of them will be appointed by various ministers. But let me give you the final details. 6 members with qualifications and at least 7 years' experience in finance, information technology, economics, international relations, business management, engineering, logistics, and supply chain management or accounting, who shall be appointed by the minister. B, 2 attorneys at law with at least 7 years of experience who shall be appointed on the advice of the Judicial Legal Services Commission. Of course, this is an aspect that the member for Barataria failed to enunciate. C, the Chief Executive Officer ex officio. D, a senior officer of the Town and Country Planning Division who shall be nominated by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry responsible for planning and appointed by the Minister. So this appointee is actually on the recommendation of the permanent secretary of the ministry. E, a senior officer of the Inland Revenue Division who shall be nominated by the chairman of the board of Inland Revenue and appointed by the minister. So as though the appointments are being made by the minister, the recommendations, not in all of these cases, will be coming from the minister. So I asked the member for Barataria to take a closer look at that part of the legislation. Under Clause 7.3, the minister shall appoint any two members other than ex officio members to be the chairman and deputy chairman of the board. Clause 7.4 states that in the case of the first board, the chairman and 3 other members shall be appointed for a term of 4 years. Deputy chairman and 2 other members shall be appointed for a term of 3 years, and 3 members to be appointed for a term of 2 years, and other appointments shall not expire on the same date. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are several types of zones that would fall under these special economic zones bill. And I would like to go through some of the benefits related to a few of them. One, we have the type of zone, a free port. Under a free port, some of the benefits include allowances or credits, which would include reinvestment relief or enhanced relief. VAT, goods supplied to zones shall be 0 rated. Services provided by non-residents in zone shall be 0 rated. Customs duties, exemption and importation of all approved capital goods, spare parts, raw materials, stock in trade, and other articles in use in the zone. Free trade zone, the reinvestment relief, enhanced relief. Goods supplied to zone shall be 0 rated. Services provided by non-residents in zone shall be 0 rated. Exemption on importation of all approved capital goods, spare parts, raw materials, and other articles for use in the zone. Now, Madam Speaker, this is what the people of Trinidad and Tobago are concerned about, and this is what they want to hear about. What are the benefits that are being allowed in these zones, and also what benefits would come from the establishment of these zones? In the industrial parks, we have reduced corporation tax, reinvestment relief, enhanced relief. Research and development allowance, Madam Speaker. This government has done quite a bit and is doing even more to promote the development of research and development in Trinidad and Tobago. It is an area in which we are sorely lacking, and I would personally like to ask members of our conglomerates and business community to really look to invest more in research and development in their activities. VAT, goods supplied to zones shall be 0 rated. Services provided by non-residents in zone shall be 0. Customs duties, exemption on importation of all approved capital goods, spare parts, raw materials, and other articles for use in zone. Property tax, exemption from property tax obligations, Madam Speaker. Very important. Thank you. Madam Speaker, we on this side believe that the establishment of this modernized special economic zones legislation will be of great benefit to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And when we are crafting policy and our day-to-day activities in this government, that is paramount in our minds. The expectation is that there will be increased employment, foreign direct investment, leading to increased inflows of foreign exchange, increased exports, and improved balance of payments position, increased economic activity, use of technology, and a more dynamic, robust, and diversified overall economy, Madam Speaker. This piece of legislation goes a long way in improving the ease of doing business when developing a new business in Trinidad and Tobago, especially for foreign direct investment. This is the directive and mantra of this government, and we will continue to act in the best interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago in creating a bright and equitable future for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you,
Madam Speaker, for allowing me to join this debate on an act to provide for the designation of development, operations, and management of the special economic zones, the establishment of the Special Economic Zones Authority, and the repeal of the Free Zones Act, Chapter 8107, the regulations of the special economic zones, and matter related thereto, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I get into my main presentation, because this special economic zone bill that we're debating here is a very important piece of legislation, Madam Speaker. So I think I would have thought I would have heard much more from the member from San Fernando East about it as a follow-up from the Minister of Trade and Industry, Madam Speaker. This bill it has 12 parts, 90 clauses, and 5 schedules, Madam Speaker. And I'm a bit confused because I don't know if this bill is more related to the Attorney General than the Minister of Trade and Industry, Madam Speaker. Because in my view and in our view, this bill is really about getting us the country off the blacklist, as opposed to performing what is this bill, the 90 clause, is supposed to do for this country, Madam Speaker. And the main part of this bill, in my view, Madam Speaker, is the repeal of the free zone, our present Free Zone Act, Madam Speaker, that was created back in 1988. At the time, was the Nara administration was in place in the country, and the country was going through some very austerity measures at the time. And I am sure in the astuteness of that government, the Nara administration, they brought this piece of legislation, the Free Zone Act, to sort of energize or bring in foreign direct investments at the time where the whole aspect of free zones and the concessions at the time in 1988 thereabout would have come into being, Madam Speaker. Since then, Madam Speaker, 1988, over 30-something years, Madam Speaker, the world has changed. We never had Global Forum back in 1988. We didn't have FACTA back in 1988. And the list goes on, Madam Speaker. So the world has changed in respect of tax information sharing, etc., Madam Speaker. And that is what we are here today. So it's really today is less about the Minister of Trade, but more about the Attorney General getting this country off the blacklist, Madam Speaker. And that is why he was so passionate, the Attorney General, in piloting, in debating his 20 minutes, Madam Speaker. And I listened to the Attorney General in the other place when this bill was first piloted in the Senate. And the Attorney General was more passionate than Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Attorney General, every time we talk about blacklisting, which he talked about today, he always mentioned Larry Howai's name. I want to say Larry Howai is one of the best ministers of finance this country has ever seen. His performance is par excellence, second to none. All right, Madam Speaker? And the Attorney General raises Mr. Howai's name in the aspect of the whole Global Forum issues, etc., Madam Speaker. And the world has changed. If Mr. Howai at the time did not do it, somebody else had to do it, Madam Speaker, because that is what the country has to do. The country has to conform to what is taking place internationally, globally, in the world, Madam Speaker. So it is a bit disingenuous, my friend, the Attorney General. Every time he gets up, he tries to lay blame squarely on the PP government, Madam Speaker. They have been in charge. The Attorney General has been in charge for the last 7 years. Please get us off the blacklist, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to spend a little time on the Free Zone Act that has been repealed. When you listen to the Minister of Trade, that this Special Economic Zone bill replaces, and the Minister of Trade and Industry, the Honorable Senator, went through the whole issue of trying to modernize and bringing modern legislation into the country, and that is fine, Madam Speaker. As I said earlier, the Free Zone Act is archaic. It needed modernization to keep up with the global times, Madam Speaker. There were some issues in respect to the free zone as far as the licenses is concerned, or the licenses for perpetuity. And unless you repeal the act, that is what is happening today. There were issues as far as tax concessions with the free zone companies that have taken up that free zone regime, Madam Speaker, where zero-rated corporation tax, etc. And that's really the main change as far as concession with the old Free Zone Act, as opposed to this Special Economic Zone bill, Madam Speaker. The same concessions, the duty-free concessions, the zero-rated concessions, etc., Madam Speaker, that applied in the free zone still applies in the Special Economic Bill, Madam Speaker. Save and accept corporation tax, Madam Speaker. And I was a bit taken back again when the rate of the corporation tax is silent. What would be that rate that is being offered to the Special Economic Zone companies that want to come into Trinidad and Tobago, or even locals that want to access that Special Economic Zone facility? What is the corporation tax, Madam Speaker? Even in the Senate, it was silent. Today, it is silent. And I'm hoping that when the Minister of Finance debates, that he can add some clarity. What would be that figure, Madam Speaker? Because the whole aspect of this Special Economic Zone, as the member for San Fernando East correctly stated, is about attracting and energizing foreign direct investments into the country that for the past 6 to 7 years that was non-existent under this present government, Madam Speaker. We actually had a net outflow of foreign direct investments, Madam Speaker, over the last 7 years. This Special Economic Zone bill, Madam Speaker, is not the first time that is being talked about by this present government, Madam Speaker. Back in their first budget in 2015, the Minister of Finance have announced this Special Economic Zone aspect or feature that is coming to the country, Madam Speaker. And every year since then, the Minister of Finance has put that statement in his budget presentation, Madam Speaker. Now, I want to believe that when the Minister of Finance or his government was formulating what would be this special economic zones in their mind, it is far different than what it is today in the bill that we are debating, Madam Speaker. And I think where it differed a bit was that whole trying to get us off the blacklist and trying to satisfy Global Forum, Madam Speaker. So I don't know if the Minister of Finance could expand what was the vision for the real special economic zones that he presented year after year in his budget for the last 6 to 7 years, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, so really and truly this bill is just ink on paper, Madam Speaker, and it is really, it sounds good, it reads good, Madam Speaker, but I don't know, Madam Speaker, if it really would really make a difference in generating foreign direct investments, in generating new players to access the special economic zone model, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Free Zone Act that has been repealed, we have 15 companies that presently access or are free zone companies, Madam Speaker. And the Minister of Trade mentioned that in her presentation, Madam Speaker. And you would think for the last 30-something years, different administrations, Madam Speaker, would have done much more with that free zone facility, Madam Speaker. We agree on that. We agree on that. But what I have a problem with, Madam Speaker, you have 15 companies existing presently, and their time
comes to an end on the 31st of January 2022. I think that's in the bill, Madam Speaker. And there's no grandfathering of these companies into this new special economic zone model bill, Madam Speaker. So I have a concern, what happens to those companies, because the Minister of Trade was silent also. What will be happening to those 15 companies come 31st of January 2022? Do they then become just normal existing local companies incorporated in Trinidad and Tobago? What becomes of their employees, Madam Speaker? Did they have, I'm sure, I'm hoping that they would have had consultation with these present companies. And when you look at the website of the Free Trade Zone, Madam Speaker, that is existent presently, and I'm assuming it's current, it's alive, and it has value, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you have some success stories on that website. You have about 3 companies that the present administration considers success stories. And one of them is Nestle's International, Madam Speaker, and they access the free zone. That's a big company, Madam Speaker, that is part of the free zone act that it presently is in place, Madam Speaker. You have another one called Oliloff Shipping Carriers. I think that came into being under the PP administration, Madam Speaker. So my concern is what happens to these companies on the 1st of February 2022, Madam Speaker. What happens to the workers? Because and that is silent, Madam Speaker, because there's no grandfathering of these companies. Now, when you look at the Jamaican model, Madam Speaker, when you look at the Jamaican model, now Jamaica is off the blacklist for all intents purposes. They're off the blacklist. I don't know what Jamaica is doing better than this than our Attorney General. I guide the Attorney General to follow the Jamaican model, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, Jamaica. In Jamaica, for example, their Special Economic Zone Act was passed in 2016. And there are approximately 168 entities operating in Jamaica as SEZs, with a total investment of more than $1.4 billion, Madam Speaker. Since the passage of the Jamaican Act in Jamaica in 2016, more than 106 entities have successfully transitioned from their free zone to SEZs. So Jamaica had a free zone act similar to us, but they were able to transition to the SEZ model in Jamaica, Madam Speaker. And as of June 2020, Jamaica's Special Economic Zone Authority had received and processed 62 applications for new investments in that country, Madam Speaker. So in my view, just reading this passage, Jamaica is a success story as far as the SECs are concerned, transitioning from their free zone to SEZs, Madam Speaker, to meet the Global Forum standards, etc., Madam Speaker, and they are off the blacklist, Madam Speaker. So I asked, and they were able to have a grandfathering of companies that were part of their free zone into their special economic zone, Madam Speaker. And for the life of me, I hope I can get some answers from the Minister of Trade, why some sort of grandfathering of our existing companies were not offered to the present 15 companies. Maybe they were, and they didn't accept, but at least tell the country or to give some comfort that that was done, Madam Speaker. Because when you look at the 15 companies that presently exist in the free zone, they're the same sort of companies or manufacturing. You have one with food processing and etc., Madam Speaker. So it's the same sort of companies or sectors that will follow in the special economic zone, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when you go through the bill, so I hope the Minister of Trade can
can enlighten us a little bit about that, our free zone and the grandfathering issues, etc., Madam Speaker. When you look at the bill, Madam Speaker, and I listened to the member for San Fernando West, and in response to my colleague from Barataria San Juan in respect to the authority and the composition of the authority and the staff, again, when you look at the clause in that particular sector, Madam Speaker, it talks about immunity, given immunity to the board, the CEO, and staff. I don't know if the immunity now is a buzzword for this present government of giving immunity to directors, etc., Madam Speaker. So I ask again, why all of a sudden immunity is being considered in any bills for directors, CEOs, etc., Madam Speaker? We didn't used to have that before, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the other aspect of the special economic zone bill here, Madam Speaker, it talks about different licenses, and you have a license for an operator, Madam Speaker. Now, I know the authority is not an operator, so I'm clear of that. So you have an operator, for example, I could give an example. Presently, the free zone, our free zone compound and the free zone act is one area is located in Dabadi in the east in Dabadi in the east-west corridor, Madam Speaker. Now that's a compound, that's an operator in my view, and you're having a license for an operator. Now the concern I have, and I see clarity with the operator as a license, Madam Speaker. I'm an operator, I have lands in Trinidad, and I want to build a special economic zone. So I get a license and I develop it. I put in my operation plan, Madam Speaker. Now, as an operator, and I'm guided Minister of Trade, I get all the benefits. I get all the benefits of concessions, duty-free, etc., Madam Speaker. And I develop this special economic zone. Now, the tenants of this economic zone, who is responsible for getting tenants, players or companies to be part of this economic zone? Is it the operator, or is it this new company or agency that's a combination of Invest TT and Export TT that the Minister of Trade, that there's going to be an amalgamation of these two companies coming together as one, and they will be solely responsible for marketing and selling of our special economic zones and facilities, Madam Speaker.
Member, you have 2 more minutes of
Thank you.
time left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I see clarity, because if I am as a private developer, operator, a landlord, commercial landlord, I develop this complex. And it is not, the government is not aggressive in getting tenants for my complex, for that special economic zone. But I got all these duty-free concessions. And it's failing, and I have a bank loan, mortgage, etc. What happens? What happens? Does the government then take up that responsibility of that private operator? I just ask for clarity on that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know my time is running out. I have plenty much more to say. And I thought, Madam Speaker, with this special economic zone, I thought Phoenix Park would have been that model, that E-Tech Phoenix Park that is being developed, that I thought that the Minister of Trade would have said to this country, that would be our first special economic zone model. And hopefully, you know, we can then use that to be able to attract foreign direct investments to come in, Madam Speaker. So I am not too sure, Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, that really and truly this bill today is about the Minister of Trade, but I think it is more about the Attorney General and getting us off the blacklist, Madam Speaker. I thank you with those few words.
Minister of Labour.
I thank you. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me this opportunity to lend my 2 cents to this debate on the Special Economic Zones Bill 2021. I have listened attentively to those who went before me, and in many instances I may have repeated some of what was said. But in the interest of time and brevity, I will not rehash the items that were already discussed in some detail. But I must start, Madam Speaker, by saying I'm quite amused about the bill not being worth the paper it's printed on, that we have to somehow cow to some international body so that we could not be blacklisted. And therefore it takes away from us the fact that the government of Trinidad and Tobago, in bringing this bill forward, is really concerned about our citizens and the benefits that is to be derived from such a bill. Saying and dismissing out of hand that it's just to facilitate some kind of legal requirement takes away from what I think it's a very good bill. The development of special economic zones is nothing new. Today, many developing economies are increasingly utilizing SEZs as a tool to further their economic development and to move forward. My colleagues would have indicated the number of zones that exist over the world, over 5,000, and over 147 countries, and over 60,000 jobs. That is given. We have also spoken about the benefits to be derived by countries who adopt this particular model. And some of the benefits include infrastructure development, foreign direct investment, local investment, the development of local communities, diversification of the economy, job creation, and skills development. Schedule 1 of the Act before us speaks towards the investors and the benefits. And I think my colleague from San Fernando East would have gone into some detail, but I'll just summarize by saying that these investors are allowed tax credits, VAT, and custom duties, exemptions, reduced corporation tax, and reduced property tax. Now, I repeat these things, Madam Speaker, because very often the layman who is sitting in his living room today and listening to us really don't understand and or care about a lot of the composition of the boards and how we frame what we want to do and how we want to do it. They are more concerned about what does this bill mean to my everyday existence. How do I benefit from the creation and implementation of such a bill? And I would like this afternoon, Madam Speaker, to deal with 2 or 3 issues that affect the average citizen with respect to how this bill is structured. And that is job creation and skill development. In Part 4, Schedule 2, again, those that went before me spoke towards the kinds of zones that exist and the benefits to be derived from each of those. So I won't go into that, Madam Speaker. The specific policy stroke development goals, however, can be summarized as increased economic and social impact, interconnection with other government policy, and economic diversification and development of downstream industries and job creation. It was also identified the kinds of businesses that we would like to attract within these free zones. And we heard about ICTs, aviation, manufacturing, agriculture, business process. But each one of these particular subsets really requires a different approach and a different developmental standard. So for instance, Madam Speaker, if we were to deal with, say, agriculture, we know that we will need cold storage, we would need cold refrigeration and transportation, both road and air and sea. If we talk about business processes, we need reliable and fast broadband connections. If we bring in data storage companies, we know they use considerable electricity, and because they like to keep their green status, they often want energy from renewable sources. So it puts us in a place, Madam Speaker, that when we bring legislation like this and we create the forum for creating of good governance and putting boards and regulatory bodies and things in place, we really are doing that on the backdrop that there is some benefit to be had by the normal man in the street. The SEZs is not a cure-all. It's not a panacea. It will not change things overnight. There are challenges, and if there weren't challenges, we would not be bringing this bill today. If we were okay with what existed, then we would not be moving in this direction. I draw on the experiences of other countries who have entered into this particular realm, and I note that in Bangladesh, for instance, with the assistance of the World Bank, they have attracted nearly $3 billion in private investment, generated more than 23,000 jobs, of which 20% are held by females, and altered the industrial zone landscape in Bangladesh. Closer to home, as my friend from Pointe-à-Pierre pointed out, the Jamaica experience showed that they had made significant strides, and under their particular SEZs, they will have created 39,000 jobs and attracted more than $1.7 billion in economic activity. Trinidad and Tobago cannot afford to linger too far behind. We must adapt to changing economic circumstances, remain relevant and competitive. And this is what this bill is about, modernizing the way we do business and how we do it. Countries to which Trinidad and Tobago has key preferential trade agreements, such as Costa Rica, Jamaica, Panama, etc., all have some form of SEZs, development of their own, and will position themselves to take advantage as we must. We cannot build jobs, Madam Speaker, without developing skills. And although this particular bill deals with the economic activity and zones, this government cannot be and will not be a one-dimensional entity. So when we speak about job creations, that also goes hand in hand with skills development. And therefore, as part of our development of these SEZs, we have to create some alignment with the various institutions that we have. Alignments with NESC, UTT, UWI, other tertiary and technical level institutions to bring us and to allow us to adapt to the new and changing kinds of jobs that will become available. Trinidad and Tobago already has a highly skilled workforce. We have invested heavily in technical and vocational skills over the years. The high volumes of graduates that we have from NESC, UTT, and UWI is testimony to that. We have to involve our educational institutions in the process if we are to create the kind of changes we want to see. We need to ensure that there is appropriate training and educational institutions that are aligned with these new entities that will come into Trinidad and who will wish to set up business. We cannot sit and expect that we know what they need, and therefore it has to be a collaborative effort. We also need to understand, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that one of the issues of setting up SEZs is that of sustainable community development. With a focus on SEZs being placed on locations outside of the already established economic hubs of the two largest cities in Trinidad and Tobago, Port of Spain and San Fernando, more communities will benefit from the economic development through the development of many SEZs. Decentralization of economic activities means many would have greater opportunity for employment closer to their home and communities of origin, reducing the rural-urban pull. Rural communities such as mine, Mr. Deputy Speaker, could benefit tremendously from a well-oiled, well-greased, and well-run SEZ mechanism. I have no doubt that the bill as drafted, and no doubt there will be changes during the committee stage, but I'm confident that the bill as perceived will in fact bring the benefit that we expect to Trinidad and Tobago, to our citizens, to our young people, and to our communities. And I stand here and offer my unreserved approval for the mechanism as outlined by the Ministry of Trade and Industry and the Minister. And I thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for giving me this opportunity. And I look forward to the fast and easy passage of this bill. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Couva South. And Honourable Member, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my sincere apologies. And to comfort the Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs, the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, I was not really going to speak in this particular debate, but the Minister of Labour came into the debate and he has really forced my hand in responding to some of the issues that I thought he would have attempted to deal with based on the positioning of the government that he belongs to. Because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Labour and the Member of Parliament for Lavray indicated in his presentation that the bill is concerned about citizens, our citizens, and the benefits to be derived for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And he indicated also that this bill should be seen in the context of how it will impact upon the average layman in our society. And all that is fine, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in relation to the overall objectives and so on that is being sought here through the piloting of this piece of legislation by the Minister of Trade and Industry, Senator Paula Gopee-Scoon. But it is important too that while we draft legislation, that we focus on how are we going to offer protection to the nationals of our country who are supposed to work in these special economic zones that are being created or which are being created by the government of Trinidad and Tobago through this particular piece of legislation. Because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a government that has continued to blow their trumpet on being patriotic and working in the interest of the people of this country. But if you bring legislation to the Parliament that facilitates foreign direct investment, and you are bringing legislation to the Parliament to facilitate companies coming into Trinidad and Tobago and generating economic activity and creating economic activity and so on, all that is fine. But at the end of the day, too, you must be able to demonstrate in a very tangible and responsible manner that indeed we will protect the interests of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago who will be operating in these special economic zones. And to say the least, the last speaker was the Minister of Labour. And I thought that the Minister of Labour would have been the most competent person in the government's cabinet or on the government side to come and articulate to the stakeholders who are listening to this debate that indeed we will offer the protection to the workers of Trinidad and Tobago who will work in these economic zones. And to say the least, well, the minister really didn't get off in terms of scoring any runs in his innings. To say the least, the minister was clean bowl, first ball in his delivery. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and he went on to speak about job creation and skills development and the experiences of other countries. And he focused on Bangladesh and $3 billion in foreign direct investment and the creation of 23,000 jobs, and the Jamaica experience, which created significant strides in relation to 39,000 jobs and the generation of $1.7 billion in economic activity, Mr. Deputy Speaker. All these statistics are indeed, again, fine. But does it offer? You see, in the public relations and the propaganda that the government continues to create in their narratives, respective narratives in this parliament and outside of the parliamentary framework, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they don't come clean with the reality. And that is why the opposition will continue to put the reality to those on the government's bench inside and outside of the parliament. Mr. Deputy Speaker, because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to go very quickly to this particular piece of legislation and to focus on it. B is to regulate and supervise zones. And also 51F is to formulate guidelines and codes of practice to be observed by operators, SEZ in enterprises or single zone enterprises. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thought someone in the government side would have been able to tell this country in this debate what is the government's policy, because the minister came and boasted in piloting about a policy that the government created, and she apparently read from that policy, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But I want to ask the minister, and probably in her wind up again, she will clarify, but I have no hope that she will clarify for the better interests of the workers of Trinidad and Tobago and the stakeholders, because in 2019, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development published its Code of Conduct for Clean, Free Trade Zones. And in that, it spelled out and it went on to say that states must provide unconditional access to competent authorities in accordance with domestic law to carry out unobstructed ex officio enforcement checks of operators in support of investigations of violation, prohibit operators and persons who do not provide the necessary assurance of compliance with applicable with respect of applicable customs provision from carrying out any activity. And also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to ensure that economic operators active maintain detailed digital records of all shipments of goods and services leaving the zone, as well as all goods and services produced within these economic zones, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And from where I stand here this afternoon, the Minister of Trade and Industry and all ministers who have spoken on this particular piece of legislation that is before this Parliament has failed miserably to say what is Trinidad and Tobago's position as it relates to a code of conduct for clean free trade zones, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill again goes on to say in 5(1)J to promote economic development in local communities. I hope again, in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago and the communities, this is not hearsay. This is not public relations. This is not an exercise here this evening with sweet talk and mama guy as usual, so that they could get us to buy in to what they want to achieve. Because when you drill down, the reality is when companies come into rural communities, and I heard the Minister of Labour indicate rural communities and so on, when you ask them to display or fulfill corporate social responsibility, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you can't get them to even sponsor a trophy for an All Fours match. That is the reality, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I hope that in wanting to attract foreign direct investment and creating economic activity, we will be able, from a government point of view, to press upon the need for corporate social responsibility, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And very quickly also, it goes on to say in 5(1)H, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to develop modern infrastructure required to attract foreign direct investment and stimulate. That is the responsibility of the authority. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope, and I know the Minister is a frequent visitor to the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do not know if the Minister of Trade and Industry and her entourage would have driven on the UTT Road and on the Camden Road. These roads are the two worst roads in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, at the moment. In fact, on the Camden Road is the mother of all potholes in this country. And when they speak about developing the infrastructure, I hope they are paying attention to the collapse of infrastructure on all the road networks in Trinidad and Tobago, which indeed will not attract foreign direct investment, given the neglect that we are witnessing from this government over the last 6 years. Virtually every bridge, every road has collapsed under Ministers Kazim Hussein and Rohan Sinanan. So I do not have any faith that this will lead to an improvement in the infrastructure, the modern infrastructure that we all boast about. And I see the Minister of Finance is looking on very eagerly. I hope that he can find the funding to support the authority that is being created here this afternoon, or supposedly created this afternoon, as it relates to the development of the modern infrastructure that they want to boast about. And then, Mr. Deputy Speaker, how much time I have again?
I have roughly about 8 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much. And you know, I thought, again, the Minister of Labour was the right man in the batting order to tell Trinidad and Tobago what we will do from a patriotic point of view to protect the workers who will work. Because the minister, I do not know in his tenure, I know COVID has impacted upon the ability of ministers of government to travel and so on, but if he has visited the International Labour Organization, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and he must be aware that Trinidad and Tobago is a member of the International Labour Organization. We send delegations on an annual basis to attend these meetings, and we continue to boast of pursuing a decent work agenda. We continue to boast about social dialogue and tripartism. And if you go to clause 40 of this particular bill, 1E, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it says very clearly, to provide, an operator shall provide adequate facilities and amenities in the zone for occupational safety and health. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is just a statement, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It doesn't say that there will be an obligation for operators to adhere to the Occupational Safety and Health Act, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And what it will really beg the question here this evening, and it has to be asked, whether to say that adequate facilities and amenities in the zone for occupational health and safety. That is fine, that is just a statement. Can the minister assure us that there are an adequate amount of inspectors within the Occupational Safety and Health Agency that will ensure that there are proper health and safety standards in these workplaces, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the respective economic zones? Will, in addition to that, I asked that question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because there was an explosion at Nikwan Energy, and there was a fire recently at on the Point Lisa's industrial estate. And you know, we were told in this very parliament that investigations were being pursued by OSHA, and I think that these investigations will be made public. Up till today, we cannot hear about the status of these investigations. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the minister indicated, and he quoted about the success story of Bangladesh. But I want to tell the minister, if he read documentation as it relates to these special economic zones and that of social protection and conditions of work as it relates to, for example, in Bangladesh, and I'm quoting from a document here this afternoon, there are indications or difficulties as it relates to hours of work, overtime and wages, occupational safety and health leave, provision of food and night transportation, social security, and the special needs of women workers and single mothers, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And this is a government that will tell you that they care about single mothers, they care about workers, they care about families who are on the breadline and living under the poverty line. I want to ask the minister in her winding up, will this government, through adherence to national law and domestic law, will they be prepared to tell all operators that there must be the freedom of association and freedom of what we would call collective bargaining? Will this government be prepared to facilitate that in these economic, special economic zones, so that it can address the dignity of workers, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and also to ensure that minimum wage, the minimum wage level is adhered to in these facilities, because at the end of the day, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are many horror stories in zones like these.
Remember, you have 2 more minutes.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, where the reality is in Trinidad and Tobago, sometimes national insurance contributions are deducted and they are not remitted to the National Insurance Board. And workers who earn in and around the minimum wage level in this country, we know of the horror stories that exist, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that is why I would want the government to clarify whether it is prepared to ensure that the 1998 Declaration on the Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work, which commits Trinidad and Tobago as all members to promote the principles and rights, freedom of association, and the effective right of workers to collective bargaining, the elimination of forced labor or compulsory labor, the abolition of child labor, and the elimination of discrimination in employment and occupation in the workplace will be facilitated by this government as it relates to the establishment of special economic zones that is being sought after through this piece of legislation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. If they cannot, then they are engaging in an exercise of public relations here this evening. They do not care about our nationals in their pursuit of wanting to attract foreign direct investment. They do not have a sense of patriotism, and whether this particular piece of legislation was there was thorough consultation or a level of consultation with the Joint Trade Union Movement, the National Trade Union Center, and the Federation of Independent Trade Union. I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the Minister of Finance, and you have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm not sure I'll need all of that time. In listening to the contributions of members opposite, two things arise. The usual problem with contributions from the opposition, the lack of intellectual content, the lack of research, and the lack of focus on exactly what we are about and what we are discussing. That's problem one. And problem two is the resort to irrelevancy, hyperbole, and this desire on the part of the opposition to just bring up anything under the sun that has absolutely nothing to do with the legislation before us or the merits and demerits of the legislation. So let me try and put things into perspective. We have had a Free Zone Act existing in Trinidad and Tobago since 1988, Act number 19 of 1988. As another speaker indicated, this legislation was brought in by a former administration, by the NAR administration, and the intention at the time was to encourage investment, create jobs, stimulate economic activity, generate exports, and so on, by providing a preferential regime in a particular location designated as a free zone. That was 1988, more than 30 years ago. What has happened since then? Free trade zones, it is well recognized all over the world, offer very important economic benefits. I'm told there are more than 3,000 free trade zones in the world at this point in time. They operate in over 130 countries in this hemisphere, North and South America, Asia Pacific region, Europe, Africa, and so on. And if one looks at the evolution of free trade zones over the period, over that 33-year period since our free zone legislation was established, you would see there has been an almost exponential increase in the establishment of free zones all throughout the world. And these zones facilitate trade by offering businesses preferential tariffs, lighter regulation on the financing of these ventures, the ownership, taxation, and so on. And there's absolutely no doubt, if one looks at the history over the last 30 years, that free trade zones have helped emerging economies like Trinidad and Tobago to attract foreign investment, generate jobs, economic growth, and build exports. But what has happened over that 30-year period? And this is what this discussion should be all about, because we are here for a reason. It is not simply the fact that this is a requirement of the European Union or a requirement of the OECD or Global Forum. That is a fact. We don't need to beat around the bush. Both the EU and the OECD have indicated quite clearly that there is need to reform our system of free zones. But why? The question is why? And if one looks into the history, and this is the type of discussion we should have had here, because there should be no one who would object to this legislation if one understands why we are doing it. What has happened with these free trade zones over the last 30 years is the problem of illicit trade. And that is why this legislation is not simply a methodology towards getting us off the list of countries that have quote-unquote harmful tax practices. It is not just that. There are other issues. Free trade zone activities affect our standing within the World Trade Organization. They affect our standing in terms of complaints by manufacturers in other countries about unfair subsidies that could lead to dumping and will lead to anti-dumping and countervailing suits by manufacturers in other countries, because they would say that the companies in our free zone may be benefiting from subsidies that they should not benefit from, and therefore are able to export to these countries at a subsidized price. Price is subsidized by the government. So these are the issues that have arisen over the last 30 years or so. And while all of that is going on, I am advised, I'm looking at an article here, a 2019 article from an online magazine called Global Financial Integrity. And this article tells me that in Dubai, the Dubai Multi-Commodity Center announced that 1,868 new companies registered in its free zone in 2018, an all-time record. Even in the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson has announced plans to create up to 10 free ports in UK. And if one looks at the bill, one will see the different types of special economic zone that we intend to create in Trinidad and Tobago. And I want to compliment the Minister of Trade because just today we approved the establishment of the board of the new Special Economic Zones Authority. So the Minister is moving with speed to operationalize this new system once this legislation is passed through the Parliament. It is already passed the other place, and we expect that it will get the support of the Parliament today. But the fact of the matter is that free trade zones have been shown to have a dark side. Criminals see them as perfect places to manufacture and transport illicit goods, as the controls and the checks in free trade zones are not as robust as they are outside in the normal economy. Illegal transactions in free trade zones can be easily disguised as legal, allowing money laundering and many other activities within free trade zones, such as counterfeiting. I was actually looking at an article coming out of Chile, where they were looking at the manufacture of illegal cigarettes in a free trade zone there that was giving serious competition to the legal manufacturers of tobacco products in that country. So these are the issues that have arisen over the last 30 years. It started off very well as a regime to attract foreign investment into a country, to create jobs, to stimulate economic activity, and to grow exports. That's why free zones were created in the first place. And as I said, there are thousands of these zones all over the world. But over the years, there are all sorts of problems have become associated with free zones. And I just want to repeat the main issues that countries are zeroing in on: money laundering, counterfeiting, and the use of these zones by criminals to get involved in illegal activity. So both the EU and the OECD and the other agencies, it's not just those two, the WTO and all of the other organizations in the world that look at trade and look at criminal activity as it relates to trade and look at unfair practices as it relates to trade, are now demanding that countries all harmonize their systems to create a far more robust and a far safer system with proper oversight, so that all of these harmful practices, the use of free trade zones by criminals, counterfeiting, manufacturing of illegal goods like illegal narcotics and so on under the guise of some sort of legal activity and so on. All of these things can now be eliminated. And this bill before the Parliament today intends to do just that. It intends to create a far more robust system of checks and balances so that the Ministry of Trade will be able to regulate activities within these special economic zones and therefore be compliant with the new world order, which is intense scrutiny on criminal activity, money laundering, terrorist financing, counterfeiting, and all of these things that it has been observed have crept into the free trade system over the last 30 years. So we should welcome this, because what Trinidad and Tobago is doing is taking what my colleague minister in the Ministry of Finance has described as archaic legislation, over 30 years old, and bringing it into the modern era and bringing us into compliance, not just with the entities that look at tax practices, but also the entities that look at fair trade. And I just want to make one final point, because as I said, I wouldn't be talking for long, because the need for this legislation is obvious to anybody who has studied what has happened in free trade zones and the problems associated with free trade zones over the last 30 years. It's obvious. Anybody who had done any
researcher, a smidgen of research would have realized that this is what is required because of the presence of criminal activity and tax evasion within free trade zones over the period. But I just want to make one final point. I heard the member for Barataria carrying on at a rate about the composition of the board of the authority and making all sorts of wild statements about the authority will not be independent and the members will be selected by the minister. I have never heard such nonsense. Under the Constitution, ministers are accountable to Parliament. And the electorate in an election votes in a government. And it gives that government a mandate. And I reject absolutely this concept that is being pushed by persons who are not elected and who are not subject to the majority mandate of the country. In other words, they are not the government. They are not in the parliament, but they want to run the country. And that is where this whole concept of making everything independent comes from. It's an unworkable and impractical concept because they are not accountable. It is we in this parliament and especially the government that is accountable to the people of Trinidad and Tobago through the systems of government and through the systems of the parliament. And therefore, it should be obvious that if you are creating an authority, a statutory authority, responsible to a minister, that the majority of that board should be selected by the minister. Who else is going to select these people? The pushback movement? You want them to select the board of an authority? It is a nonsensical argument. I reject it absolutely. It makes absolutely no sense. When you look at all the statutory authorities in this country, there is always the overriding mandate of the government to have direction and control over these authorities, especially in economic matters. So, without saying much more, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I said, anybody who did any research would understand that what we are doing is absolutely necessary. We are bringing Trinidad and Tobago into the modern era. We are reforming 33-year-old legislation. We are bringing ourselves in step with the world. We are taking cognizance of developments in world trade. We are taking cognizance of the movements of the world organizations, such as the Financial Action Task Force and all of the other entities that look at money laundering and terrorist financing, and over the last 20 years have insisted that countries of the world all come together to get rid of money laundering, terrorist financing, and other criminal activities. This is what we are about today. And I end by saying that any suggestion that an elected government should abandon its responsibilities to the people, abandon its responsibilities to the parliament, and just give up its mandate to unelected people in order to allow them to do whatever they please with respect to matters as important as this: the creation of jobs, the stimulation of economic activity, the attraction of foreign direct investment. I reject that absolutely, and it is time that we push back against that foolish argument. I beg to move. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Kuvasau, you need to enter debate again? Okay, very fine. I recognize the member for Urupuch West. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you again for the opportunity to engage in the debate on an act to provide for the designation, development, operation, and management of special economic zones, the establishment of the Special Economic Zones Authority, the repeal of the Free Zones Act, Chapter 8107, the regulation of special economic zones, and matters related thereto. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I listened, and I listened to all presenters today, when I listened to the Minister of Finance and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance in their recent utterances here, I understand now why this country is in the crisis that it is in, because they don't even have consistency of information. I could spend all my time critiquing what was said by both ministers, but that will mean that I would not contribute further. I would be caught up in their distractions. Just one issue, if I may, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The minister in the Ministry of Finance today said that there were 3,500 economic zones in 134 countries. That phraseology and numbering was repeated by the very same Minister of Finance, who came here just before me and said the same thing. I don't know if they are simply unaware, or if both ministers did not do basic research, or even if they did not even listen to their colleague, the Minister of Trade, when she referred to in other places, and which we could find in the World Investment Report 2019, published. It's a published document, published by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, in which it was clearly stated that in 2019, there were over 5,400 zones in 147 economies worldwide. But the Minister of Finance here and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance seem oblivious to this. Maybe they should go home and do a bit more research before they come to misdirect the parliament of this country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is the reason why we have some concern. Done right, this legislation will have tremendous value and benefit to this country. It can, in theory, engage in job creation, result in revenue generation, foreign direct investment inflows, the enhancement of the manufacturing sector, transformation of structural and economic characteristics of the country. It can enhance domestic skills and technical expertise. We can increase financing opportunities and business transactions, etc. Done right, those things could happen. But we all know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that this country is saddled with a government that does not do anything right. It simply cannot. It's incompetent. That is why since 2015, the value of the output of this country has collapsed by over $30 billion in real terms, why over 6,000 small and medium-sized businesses have closed down under this government, why over 112,000 jobs have been lost under this government, why the constant raiding of the Heritage and Stabilization Fund has resulted in the loss of savings of this country of over $2.5 billion US, why there's a foreign exchange crisis, why Standard and Moody's and all these international rating agencies have continuously downgraded this country under this government and this Ministry of Finance. Why we have a foreign exchange crisis, why we have runaway high food prices, why we have mass unemployment, while our health sector is in shambles, while our educational sector is in shambles, why public utilities is failing, why our agricultural sector is in crisis.
Honourable Member, please, you are making the necessary statement, but I'd like you to tighten with regards to the debate that is before us, please.
Thank you, sir.
Rather than just...
Thank you. The point I'm making, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy Speaker, is that this legislation, if done right, can result in tremendous benefit to this country. But the history of this government is that even with the best legislation in their hands, they fail to implement. And that is the fear I have with this legislation. Because you are shutting down the Free Zones Act, putting in place a structure which does not operate on its own. On its own, this is just a very nice piece of legislation, likely to not be effected properly, not receive the kind of impact to this country that we would want to have, because all the other factors required for proper implementation have been disregarded. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to refer to the same UNTAD, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, a 2021 publication called the Handbook on Special Economic Zones in Africa towards Economic Diversification across the across the continent. I refer to this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because this is an example for us to learn from. They have implemented the special economic zones and have done phenomenally well with it. And some of the issues that they raise are directly applicable here, because it's missing in the legislation here. It's missing in all the presentations of the ministers who have come before. According to this handbook on special economic zones, 4 steps are required. The first, thoroughly assessing the country's endowments and the main factors that act as growth catalysts and as potential inhibitors. Second, designing the SEZ policy and all its components, including the incentives offered, requirements imposed on investors, and the type of zones to be implemented. Mr. Deputy Speaker, just those 2 are critical, because in Schedule 3 of this legislation, the minister has indicated several areas that they want to consider as areas of priority. Now, there's space for more, clearly, but she has focused on several areas that they believe that these special economic zones can now focus on for development in this country. If I may go quickly, sir, to that section, the Schedule 3. And in Schedule 3, we list manufacturing, maritime services, aviation services, fishing and fish processing, agriculture and agro-processing, information and communications technology, creative industries, financial services, medical tourism services, renewable energy, logistics and distribution, business practice, business process outsourcing, etc. I would just want to hold on to 2 of those items. Let's look at agriculture and agro-processing as one of the issues that the minister wants us to focus on. In the last year, we have had in fact, in the last 2 years, we've had the Minister of Finance allocate to himself $500 million in the 2021 fiscal package and $300 million in the fiscal 22 fiscal package. And the focus for that was, according to the Minister of Finance, was to provide for a fiscal incentive program which would have been designed to improve agricultural production in this country. Now, how can we be proposing, Honourable Minister, Deputy Speaker, and Honourable Minister to you, to the Deputy Speaker, how can we be proposing the development of this sector, the development of agriculture and agro-processing as a special economic zone, when even the productive capacity for agriculture in this country has been compromised by the abandonment of the Minister of Agriculture and this government on the whole? We have farmers, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have farmers in my constituency who are subjected to flooding, drainage issues, agricultural crises with regards to access to the incentives, tax and other incentives, major infrastructural problems, and pre-deal larceny is a major factor affecting agriculture in this country. But we are busy proposing the development of agriculture and agro-processing and arguing that somehow this will redound to the benefit of the agricultural sector in Trinidad and Tobago. Well, if you don't have the facilities in place, if you have not encouraged agriculture, how at all is it possible that agriculture will benefit from this incentive? One of the other incentives, one of the other areas of focus that they have identified, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is medical tourism. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's sad. It is sad that the ministry, this government, has chosen to ignore the true state of our medical fraternity and the true state of our medical services in this country. That's frightening, because we are going to encourage people to come here, but citizens of Trinidad and Tobago are suffering greatly because of poor access to health care, quality health care in Trinidad and Tobago. And that is a fact. We can pretty it up as much as we want. The Minister of Health could make as many pronouncements that all the hospital has all that it requires. Medical practitioners and persons in the actual field know that that is not so. And if the Honourable Minister is not aware, maybe he needs to get down into the ground and listen to what they are saying so that he will inform himself even better. Continuing with regards to the UNTAD handbook, because it relates to other matters as well, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The third out of the 4 steps reads, embedding a robust and original value proposition into the specific SEZ setup, which implies endowing the zone with locational advantages, high-quality infrastructure, and relevant services targeted to the type of investors. The 4th item also refers to ensuring that there's an institutional structure and infrastructural structure. Mr. Deputy Speaker, one of the functions of the authority, as identified by the Minister and identified in the legislation, one of their functions is to, bear with me one second while I identify it. One of their functions is to put in place, to ensure that what is in place includes the infrastructure and other utility requirements, including water, power, sewage, telecommunications, solid waste, and water waste management facilities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, so on one hand, this is a function that the government is supposed to be providing. These are some of the things that you are supposed to provide as incentives outside of the incentives listed in Schedule 1 and 2. These are the incentives that should be in place that would attract investors to come into Trinidad and Tobago to invest in these SEZs. The fact is, everybody in this country knows that those facilities don't exist. They are hopelessly bad. My colleague from Couva South raised the issue before. In a free zone area, the infrastructure is hopelessly bad. So how then are we going to create facilities now? How are we going to attract people to come to this country when the infrastructure in which they are supposed to operate is in horrendous situation? Is it that the Honourable Minister is expecting that the operator of the SEZ will be the one putting the infrastructure into place? Because while the structure will operate in a form where within the confines of the zone you may have good facilities, the fact is that that zone doesn't exist in isolation. Operators and equipment and material must come from outside, from port to source, from port to site, and then return. And if we don't have proper facilities, if our port management structure is hopelessly bad, that will affect the ability to do business here. And the fact is that all of those things are in crisis, so that the very infrastructure that we depend on to make this effective does not exist. It doesn't exist for ordinary citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and it does not exist for the special economic zones that the Minister wishes to create and to formulate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, can you advise me of what time I'm supposed to finish?
Finish at 5:24.
Thank you very much, sir. I heard too, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to tie in why some of the issues that were raised on this side with a statement made by the very Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance took offense and ranted and raved in his theoretical structure about the concerns raised by members on this side about the level of involvement of the Minister in the existence and operation of the special economic zones, the authority that establishes that. This is a genuine concern, and I think it is only incumbent upon the government, when concerns are raised here, not to simply dismiss them as irrelevant. The concern is valid. You have a situation where the Minister is directly responsible for hand selecting, if I may, with those words, for hand selecting specific directors, the majority directors. That same minister is also responsible for selecting the chairman, according to the legislation, and for giving policy directives. So she has literal day-to-day control over the operations of this board and this authority. That's a very worrying concept, especially to facilitate the transmission of resources of the state to persons who may be considered friends, family, and financiers. That is a valid issue.
8.6, please. Could you retract and rephrase or move on? 1 or 2.
I will retract, sir, as directed. It is a history of this government that persons known, closely associated, which is why I understand the Attorney General will get up, because he's now part of the recusal twins. But the fact of the matter is...
88.6 again.
Yeah, again, member. I will prefer that you stay away from those particular comments and aspects. So retract, move on accordingly.
I do so,
no,
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Retract, please.
I retract and I will move on. The reason that the issues were raised by members of this side of the level of involvement of the minister is because there are concerns that those involvements can be abused. Very recently, given the level of operations that must, the financial size of the operations that must exist for somebody to be an operator, given the kind of responsibilities, including infrastructure that is required to be put in place to facilitate the SEZs, that must be sizable. Recent actions and recent transactions raise issues of concern whereby very large conglomerates may be the only ones in position now to benefit from this. But it comes back to the issue,
How? How is this connected?
Not even a clause.
Again, member, this is basically the third time. So again, I would like you to tie in with regards to the bill based on what you're identifying.
Mr. Speaker, I said when I started that very statement that the concerns we have exist in the minister's involvement in the authority, which is part of the legislation here. The legislation that we're referring to has a section in which the authority and the functions of the authority is listed. It has a section on which the minister's appointment of the board of directors. For my colleague opposite, it's part 3 of the bill before the House, part 4 of the bill before the House, part 5 of the bill before the House, part 6 of the bill before the House, and the schedules. That is where the concern comes from, that there's a significant amount of involvement of the minister, and there's room for questions, it leaves space for interpretation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this act, like the Procurement Act, comes into effect on proclamation. There are several kinds of similarities involved, including the requirement to bring regulations to Parliament. We have seen where in the history, and again, that is part of the law, that is part of the act. Again, the concern is the delay which is likely given the history of the government's inability to implement. And I think that is a valid concern. So if the minister will, in her wind-up, provide some level of comfort to those of us on this side, that there is a timeline for implementation, with a point somewhere where we could hold the minister and the government to account for implementation of this legislation and for all the things that are required to be put in place to ensure that the legislation works, the infrastructure, the proper functioning of the ports, those kinds of facilities, the water and sewage, the road network, etc. If the minister could provide some sort of assurance that those things are in place, then we will be satisfied. Until then, we remain very concerned that the minister will not implement. With those few words, I thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
Member.
Speaker.
I will now recognize the Minister of Trade and Industry, and you have 20 minutes in your winding up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And really, I wish to thank all members who would have contributed to the bill. Many of the constructive comments would have come from our side, but I still recognize the questions and concerns that were raised, and I will respond to those in the course of my wind-up. And again, I would speak to the population and of course send the words of comfort and ensure the population that this bill, this very critical bill which we brought here, is indeed one that is quite transformative and that will serve this nation well. This is one that will promote economic diversification, and again, it reinforces our government's commitment to ensuring sustained economic growth and competitiveness and all that is necessary for businesses to do well, businesses large, businesses small in this country. I just remind this the other side that indeed when they talked about us not acting very swiftly, but they were in office for 5 years. And there was no attempt in those days to transform the free zones, which free zones company, which they knew at that time was not working well. I mean, there was talk about growth poles and so on, but really nothing concrete came out of it. And I can tell you, the free zones company under that regime introduced, I said it before and I'll say it again, they introduced 4 new entities into the free zone regime. 4 new entities, but one fell away, and I'll tell you why after. So 3 of them survived and are on within the existing regime. But I'll tell you, they had 11 board members, and they're talking about board members and friends and family. They have 11 board members receiving board fees every month for 12 months for 5 years, and all that came out of it were 3 workable entities. And I say workable entities because they've lasted until now. One of them, which didn't survive, you believe it or not, and I don't mean to criticize any small business also, because this bill is about big and small business, but one of them that didn't survive, it was because it was granted to an accountant operating below his mother's house. And of course, not to say, again, we welcome the services industry to this particular bill, but there was no export of services or anything like that. So naturally, it didn't survive. So after 2 years, that fell away. But again, no real work, that's the point I was making, to ensure that the free zones regime under their eyes when they were in office, no effort was made, and therefore you got no good result. But again, when we came into office in 2015, we started doing the work, looking at what we needed to do, what was being done globally, looking at the compliance that was necessary, and we got to work. Let me look at some of the specific issues raised during the debate. MP for Mayaro raised this whole question of illicit trade. That is a big issue in this country, and nothing is being done about it. And nothing could be further from the truth. And I promise myself I'm not dealing with any untruths. I'm not dealing with any tango with the AG or anything like that. I'm going to speak to legitimate concerns. So, MP for Mayaro, you know for a fact that this national action plan to combat illicit trade in consumer goods in Trinidad and Tobago was developed. It was approved by our cabinet, and not only just approved, it was put in place. It is in effect, right? And it has some 26 measures and objectives that they are dealing with. And this work has been categorized, and there are now 3 working groups to examine illicit trade, dealing with the specific products that are under threat: alcohol, cleaning agents, pharmaceuticals, and so on. So the working group has begun to develop their recommendations aimed at countering illicit trade. And all of this has been going on in 2021, and there's clear work for 2022 with a national awareness campaign, a specific working group on tobacco, and of course a sectoral working group on legislation to spearhead the strengthening of the legal framework to combat illicit trade and so on. And I want to say, I think they were criticizing the TTMA and the TTMA's concerns with this government. Let me tell you something. And And I refer to a release from the TTMA November 30th, 2021, and I quote from Luke News. The TTMA is applauding the government's stance on illicit trade and believes with continued policing and stronger enforcement of the requisite laws, more cases will reach the prosecution stage. They were speaking because at that time there was a raid on 2 establishments, right? Very active. Only in November last year, a few months ago, a raid on 2 establishments. And these are their words. This is the first time in the history of Trinidad and Tobago that 2 owners of large retail outlets have been held accountable and will face the court for their role in selling and trading in illicit goods. And so, therefore, I think the TTMA, and they've said it, they are proud to be part of this joint operational anti-illicit trade force, task force, which has been developed, and I want to commend the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, Crime Stoppers as well. They have all been doing great work, Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards, and we are reaching somewhere, and I could tell you that the private sector is recognizing the work that has gone on under this cabinet-appointed illicit trade task force. And then I think, what did he bring up again? Member of Mayaro talked about the attractiveness of investment climate in Trinidad and Tobago, and they love to beat up on our country, right? So, and I want to say, and he spoke about InvestTT, and I want to say that despite being in a pandemic, that the Ministry and ETEC facilitated a series of investment projects in targeted areas of economic activity. And we recognize all of those investors, be they foreign, be they local, be they small, what. We recognize the contribution of these investments into Trinidad and Tobago. And I could tell you, and I've said it must have been in the budget statement, that in 2021 there was more than $500 million, and this is despite the economic climate. There were close to $500 million in investments, demonstrating the confidence of the people, of the business people in Trinidad and Tobago, in the economy and in the government. And I could tell you that these investments created something like 1,000 jobs. And there's more to talk about, and I'll continue. But stop speaking your country bad. Trinidad and Tobago has strong investment attributes. I speak about it all the time. InvestPT speaks about it. Trinidad Tourism speaks about it. NEC speaks about it. And there's living examples here of foreign companies existing in Trinidad and Tobago and thriving and continuing to reinvest. So our location and business continuity, operational cost advantages, all of our infrastructure, electrical infrastructure, our trade agreements, I can tell you, we reach throughout our trade agreements something like just under 1 billion people in the Latin American hemisphere, in North America, and in the region, etc. Because of all the agreements that we've entered into with and this is through our bilateral agreements with Panama and so on, but through the CARICOM with the US and the UK, and with the rest of the European countries, through the EU EPA, with Colombia. And of course, we are working also on an agreement with Chile now. We've just finished our 2nd round of negotiations and are about to go into the 3rd rounds. So in Trinidad, again, another attribute of IT capabilities. And I can tell you, only today, the chairman of InvestTT, Franco Costello, contacted me to say, yes, we booked foreign direct investment in terms of a new company. I think, let me get it for you. I do have my phone with me, but a new investment, $4 million, but immediately hiring a number of persons and intended in the next 6 months to hire some 250 persons involved and to be a part of this BPO sector, which is proven to be quite worthwhile. Again, our available real estate. I can tell you, and someone raised the point, I think it was a member from Mayaro again, about the Moruga Agro-Processing and Light Industrial Park. That is a success. I can tell you, there are 5 shells 5 shells in the Moruga Agro-Processing Industrial Park. 3 of them are already gone for root crop processing, chocolate processing, and the other one, I think it's pepper processing. And of course, there's another land lot has already gone. I'm saying these are agreements that are signed and keys handed over, and there's a pipeline of some 10 or 11 probably investors. I do these meetings all the time with InvestTT and with the ministry as well, reviewing the pipeline of investments, not only for Moruga, but also for the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate, which is under construction and estimated to be completed by end of May 2022. That park is going to be a total success. I can tell you that there are a number of companies in that pipeline, at least about 30, and our anchor tenant, PriceSmart, with 3 new investments, 1 for just outside the park and 2 within the park. Those are executed. Work is going to start this year. So I have no real concern, but we must continue to work on our attributes. We must continue to work on our infrastructure and all of the other things that we are committed to, including the ease of doing business. We're not running from it. These are a must, and this government is committed and will continue to work on it. And looking at, let me see the next point. The next point would have been by, again, the improving the ease of business. I talk about it all the time, about the general simplification and modernization of our regulatory processes and so on. And this is not only work being undertaken by the Ministry of Trade and Industry, but the ministry that has responsibility for digitalization and the Attorney General's office. So that we have been very committed and serious, and in particular, we are concerned about all of the transactions, all of the recommendations that are necessary to improve trading across borders. So we continue to work on our port community system and enhancing our TT-Biz Link software application, increasing auto approvals by all of the border agencies, looking at expanding the working hours of our border agencies and so on. That kind of work is going to continue side by side as we implement this new legislation. Member for Barataria San Juan, MP Hosein. MP Hosein was very concerned. I can understand, concerned about appointing 8 of the 11 persons on the board, and the board not being independent, etc., etc. Listen, we were so very careful about this, because one of the things, and I said it in the beginning, one of the things that we were very focused on, and not making the mistake of the past, making sure that we have the adequate expertise on the board, and therefore those that are to be appointed by the minister, which is by cabinet, would be those that have specific attributes in finance, logistics and supply chain management, international affairs, etc. And in addition to that, 2 attorneys, not just appointed by us, 2 attorneys being appointed on the advice of the Judicial and Legal Service Commissions. Again, a senior officer of the Town and Country Planning Division nominated by the permanent secretary, not the minister, nominated by the permanent secretary of the ministry responsible for planning. And again, a senior officer nominated by the chairman of the Board of Inland Revenue will also be on the board. This is not about friends and family. Maybe you all are not familiar with the notion of fairness and so on. Maybe these are not values that are attributable to you all, right? But you have to grasp that governments are elected and they can operate with integrity and fairness, and that is what this government is about, right? So, member for Point de Paix. You're right. Again, he talked a lot about the AG, and I'm not here to deal with your obsession with the AG. And You talked about the relationship of legislation with international commitments and so on. And you're saying it's just a tick box because of our global forum commitments and not a serious attempt to diversify the economy. Well, that is far from the truth, because as I said before, even before we became members of the BEPS in October 2017, when we came into office in 2015, we started the work on this. I said it, and I said it in the beginning as well. We started looking at the jurisdictions. We started doing the research on the internationally with the international organizations, and it was even before we joined the BEPS framework, it was our intention, it was my intention as minister to have that work done within the ministry and put it towards cabinet, and that intention to create this new special economic regime as part of the larger strategy to create a national investment framework. That's what, it's not ill-conceived at all. That was our intention, and that's the work that we have done. So the transitional arrangements you were concerned about, member for Point-de-Pierre, and clause 88, I mean, I don't know if you read the bill, but clause, and I would be concerned as well, but maybe you should have read the bill. Clause 88 will deal specifically the repeal, the transition arrangements, and the savings provisions as well, related to the existing free zone companies. And 88.3, how much time do I have, please? How much time do I have, please?
Minister, your time expires at 5:45. You have 5 more minutes.
Thank you. 88.3, and you could go to the legislation. An enterprise granted approval under the provisions of Section 15(2) of the Free Zones Act shall be entitled to all benefits under that Act until 31st January 2022, or such other date as the minister may, by order, prescribe. So that the existing free zone companies, whom the Attorney General and I met last year and spoke to all of them, and they are well aware of the bill. They are well aware of what's happening in the international community. They understand that this has to take place, and so they will continue to enjoy the benefits until January 31st, or unless some other order is prescribed. 88.4 provides that during the period outlined in subsection 88.3, free zones may apply to the authority to receive an operator's license, an SEZ enterprise license, or a single zone license. In other words, they have 6 months after the coming into force of the Act. So what I'm saying is there are provisions in the bill which address the existing free zone companies, and it's our firm belief that many of these companies will apply to the authority to become license holders in the future. Right? The question of the operator and the tenant of zones raised by member Hosein as well. Now, if an operator is going to make an investment into a zone, you're talking about it's extensive capital expenditure. In other words, you're buying lands and you're making plans so that this is a financial success. You're going to have to present plans to the bank. Obviously, the responsibility will lie on the operator as well for promoting the zone. There's nobody who will enter into a financial commitment without an understanding that this is going to work. So that responsibility clearly must lie with the operator, as well as the responsibility for the promotion of the park, as I said before, will lie with the new Trade and Investment Promotion Agency. So the question, no, you were trying to give the notion that these operators would be left out at sea with their investments, but no operator will get involved unless they knew that they were satisfied that there would be returns. And that's easy to see. Member for Baratara San Juan, member for Couva South, you're concerned about labor, etc. And I want to give the population the assurance that even though it's not embedded in the legislation, there are still regulations to come, and all of the labor laws that apply in Trinidad and Tobago, whether they are foreign investors or whether they are local investors, they would be subjected to our labor laws. Now, I'm running out of time. There's a point that Member Tancoo had raised that he's not sure that we are committed and it will actually happen. And Minister of Finance spoke to it. I can tell you that the recommendations for the board are already made. In terms of the board, and all of the next step arrangements are already being developed. We have already sat in the ministry, and together with the team from the Attorney General's office, we have already started developing the policy, which will inform the regulations, which will be brought before the House. So, at the end of the day, I give the population the assurance that we are on this. We understand the benefit of it. This is for Trinidad and Tobago, a modern investment destination, not only for big business, for small businesses as well. Not only for the urban areas, but for the rural areas as well. And if you look at the Schedule 4, you will see that we have ensured that the eligibility criteria for small businesses, attention has been given to that as well. As I close, I want to thank all of my colleagues who have spoken today on the bill again, and I thank the opposition. I get the sense that they understand that this is an absolutely necessary regime, and I give the commitment to ensuring that it is in fact implemented. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, Minister, I beg to move.
I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Designation, Development, Operation and Management of Special Economic Zones, the establishment of the Special Economic Zones Authority, the repeal of the Free Zones Act, Chapter 8107, the regulation of special economic zones and matters related thereto, be now read a second time. All in favor say aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Designation, Development, Operation and Management of Special Economic Zones, the establishment of the Special Economic Zones Authority, the repeal of the Free Zones Act, Chapter 8107, the regulation of special economic zones and matters related thereto.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 68.1, I beg to move that the Trinidad and Tobago Special Economic Zones Bill 2021 be committed to the Committee of the Whole.
Honourable members, the question is that the Trinidad and Tobago Special Economic Zones Bill 2021 be committed to the Committee of the Whole. All in favour say aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House will now go into the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause. This bill has 90 clauses and 5 schedules.
Madam Chair, before we begin, insofar as there are no circulated amendments from the opposition, may I suggest, subject to any advice otherwise, that we consider it in batches?
I have not seen any amendments, and the bill is already in parts. So I think it would make sense for us to go do the clauses as they appear in the parts. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, just to confirm, I mean, does the AG have any amendments?
Madam Chair, we dealt with this in detail in the Senate. We had some observations from the independents that we took on board together with our amendments for the substantial economic testing, etc. So we have no amendments here. And just for the record, the bill has been approved by the international assessors as being entirely in order with our international obligations.
So we've been according to the parts, so yeah, right?
Clauses 1 to 3.
The question is that clauses 1 to 3 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 3 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 3 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 4 to 6.
The question is that clauses 4 to 6 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 4 to 6 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 4 to 6 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 7 to 13.
The question is that clauses 7 to 13 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 7 to 13 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 7 to 13 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 14 to 19.
The question is that clauses 14 to 19 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 14 to 19 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 14 to 19 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 20 to 29.
The question is that clauses 20 to 29 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 20 to 29 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 20 to 29 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 30 to 31.
The question is that clauses 30 to 31 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 30 to 31 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 30 to 31 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 32 to 62.
The question is that clauses 32 to 62 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 32 to 62 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 32 to 62 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 63 to 65.
The question is that clauses 63 to 65 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 63 to 65 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 63 to 65 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 66 to 71.
The question is that clauses 66. Members, could we have one committee meeting, please? Call the question again.
Clauses 66 to 71.
The question is that clauses 66 to 71 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 66 to 71 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 66 to 71 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 72 to 77.
The question is that clauses 72 to 77 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 72 to 77 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 72 to 77 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 78 to 83.
The question is that clauses 78 to 83 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 78 to 83 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 78 to 83 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 84 to 90.
The question is that clauses 84 to 90 stand part of the bill. The question is, that clauses 84 to 90 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 84 to 90 now stand part of the bill.
Schedule 1.
The question is that Schedule 1 stand part of the bill. The question is that Schedule 1 now stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Schedule 1 now stands part of the bill.
Schedule 2.
The question is that Schedule 2 stand part of the bill. The question is that Schedule 2 now stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Schedule 2 now stands part of the bill.
Schedule 3.
The question is that Schedule 3 stands part of the bill. The question is that Schedule 3 now stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Schedule 3 now stands part of the bill.
Schedule 4.
The question is that Schedule 4 stand part of the bill. The question is that Schedule 4 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Schedule 4 now stands part of the bill.
Schedule 5.
The question is that Schedule 5 starts part of the bill. The question is that Schedule 5 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Schedule 5 now stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This committee meeting is now adjourned. The House will resume. The Minister of Trade and Industry.
I wish to report that the Trinidad and Tobago Special Economic Zones Bill 2021 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with this report from the committee.
Honorable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the Trinidad and Tobago Special Economic Zones Bill 2021. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. Minister of Trade and Industry.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Designation, Development, Operation and Management of Special Economic Zones, the establishment of the Special Economic Zones Authority, the repeal of the Free Zones Act, Chapter 8107, the regulation of special economic zones and matters related thereto, be forthwith read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Designation, Development, Operation, and Management of Special Economic Zones, the establishment of the Special Economic Zones Authority, the repeal of the Free Zones Act, Chapter 8107, the regulation of the Special Economic Zones, and matters related thereto, be forthwith read a third time and passed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? Honorable members, a division has been called for so that we will wait 3 minutes for members who are otherwise in the precincts to make their way to the chamber before the vote commences. As you know, even if a member's turn has passed, once the member arrives in the chamber before the vote is announced, he or she will be allowed to vote. The 3 minutes commences now. Okay. You ready? Okay. Clerk, you may.
Mrs. Robinson Regis,
Not here.
Dr. Rowley,
Yes.
Mr. Al-Rawi,
Aye.
Mr. Imbert,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Beckles,
Yes.
Mr. Hines,
Aye.
Mr. Dalsing,
Yes.
Mr. Ford, Mrs. Webster Roy,
Aye.
Ms. Cujo,
Aye.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly,
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Mr. Mc Clashie,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Richards, Mr. Manning, Mr. Leons, Mrs. Morris Julian, Mr. De Nobrega, Mr. Scotland, Mr. Monroe, Mr. Lee,
Yes.
Mrs. Prasad Bisessa,
Yes.
Ms. Amin,
Yes.
Mr. Charles,
Yes.
Dr. Munila, Mr. Paray,
Yes.
Mr. Indarsingh,
Yes.
Mr. Hussain,
Aye.
Mr. Padara, just one second. Mr. Tancoo,
Yes.
Ms. Mohit, Ms. Mohit,
Yes.
Ms. Benjamin,
Members, if we can have a little silence in taking the vote. Thank you.
Mr. Ramberley, Dr. Ragbeer,
Yes.
Mr. Ram,
Yes.
Dr. Sicharan,
Yes.
Mr. Ratiran, right? 22. Madam Speaker, the result of the division is 32 members voted in favor. There was 0 abstentions and no one voted against.
Honorable members on a division, with 32 members voting for, with no members voting against, with no member abstaining, the motion on the third reading of the bill has been passed.
A bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Designation, Development, Operation, and Management of Special Economic Zones, the establishment of the Special Economic Zones Authority, the repeal of the Free Zones Act, Chapter 8107, the regulation of the Special Economic Zones, and matters related thereto.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Monday, 24th January at 1:30 p.m. On that day, it is the intention of the government to debate the variation of appropriation bill for fiscal 2021, the closing of accounts. Madam Speaker, I would also like to remind there will be a sitting of the Standing Finance Committee this Friday, the 21st of January at 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that this House now do adjourn to Monday, the 24th day of January, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Monday, 24th day of January, 2022 at 1:30 p.m.